Chapter 334. Uncle, don't be hasty. If we want Earth to return to normal, there are only two ways to stop the 9-star alignment. The first is to continue waiting. As far as I know, the 9-star alignment will last for about a year when the evil dimension is connected to Earth. After a year, it will automatically disappear. Of course, if Earth is taken over by those evil forces, then it will be hard to say. After all, no one knows what will happen after it is taken over. It is very likely that the 9-star alignment will continue. The other way to recover is to completely destroy the evil forces that have come to Earth, and then cut off the passage between them and Earth, destroying the connection of the 9 planets. As long as the rotation speed difference between the various planets reappears, then the sun will be able to shine on Earth again. Ji Zhongming's eyes shone with a dim light. When faced with such a crisis, I finally understand how insignificant humans are. Chiyu, the only thing we can rely on now is your strength. Let me show you the situation of that monster. As he spoke, Ji Zhongming walked to the big screen. He turned on the image. The first place that appeared. It was the situation in the suburbs of the capital. Immediately after, the image shook violently. A 10-meter tall giant was gradually approaching from afar. In mid-air, fighter jets and helicopters were continuously firing missiles at his body. However, he did not seem to react at all. Huge energy waves were constantly being released from his body. Every time the incomparably huge axe was swung, it would bring about huge losses, even in the darkness. That huge figure was also captured very clearly. That's right, just as Chiyu had guessed. This fellow that appeared in the image was none other than Chiyu in his true form. What surprised Chiyu was that Chiyu seemed to be much stronger than the last time they had met. The attacks of the missiles were like tickles to him. The huge energy waves continued to rise. As for the attacks of the Yan Huang army, he did not care at all. His huge body gave off a layer of dark green light. This was something that had never been seen before. What caught Chi Yu's attention was that Chi Yu's broken arm had actually recovered and was no different from before. His fierce eyes flickered with a cold light. There was no irritation, as if all living things should be destroyed in his eyes. "Uncle, where is he now?" Chi Yu asked in a deep voice. Ji Changming said, "He is about 200 kilometers southwest of the capital. Our men are getting more and more unable to stop him. He purposely charged in the direction where the military was strongest, even though his speed was not fast. However, he had already lost more than half of the combat power of the army guarding the capital. Currently, the troops dispatched from the nearby military regions had already assembled in the outskirts of the capital and were ready to move out at any time. However, I doubted whether our soldiers could stop him. However, your suggestion of the 4 great families is indeed not bad. If not for them and the Yan Huang soul harassing from the side, perhaps this monster would have already killed its way into the capital." Chi Yu nodded and said, "Uncle, leave this fellow to me. The troops gathered in the capital would stay behind to protect the capital. This big fellow was no ordinary monster. He came from ancient times, and you must have heard of his name. His name is Chiyu." Ji Changming's body stiffened, and he cried out involuntarily, "The ancient demon god Chiyu?" Chiyu nodded and said, "That's right, the Chiyu who led the Juli people and almost destroyed our human ancestors." Ji Changming laughed bitterly and said, "No wonder he was so strong. He was actually an ancient demon god. Chiyu, can you deal with him?" Chiyu smiled and said, "Uncle, don't worry. To be honest, I have sparred with him once before. Of course, it was not in our era. Although he has become stronger than before, I still have the confidence to destroy him." Ji Changming looked at Chiyu in a daze. He really did not understand how many secrets Chiyu had that he had not discovered. "Uncle, please don't tell anyone about this secret. I don't want the country to treat me as a monster. I can promise you that as long as I, Chiyu, am alive, I will only contribute to my country." Ji Changming was not an ordinary person after all. He quickly recovered from his shock and nodded slowly. I understand. Chi-Yu, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this, not even my superiors. Actually, you don't need to promise me anything. You have already used your actions to prove your loyalty to your country. Oh, right, where is Ming Ming? Is she okay? Chi-Yu nodded and said Ming Ming is fine. Please wait for a moment. As he spoke, Chi-Yu closed his eyes and his mental energy quickly spread. A 5-colored light gradually shone and a figure suddenly appeared beside him, giving Ji Changming a fright. Why did you pull me out? Why am I the only one? Even though I'm already at the 9-cloud level, it's most effective when the 12 of us train together. Ming Ming said unwillingly. The silhouette became solid, and she appeared in the secret room in a long dress. Seeing Ji Changming in front of her, Ming Ming was stunned for a moment. Then she reacted and screamed and threw herself into her father's arms. Ever since the last time they went to the ancient beast era, she had not had the time to see her father. Now that she saw him, she was overjoyed. Father. Ming Ming hugged Ji Changming tightly. Her eyes became misty with tears. Ji Changming was a little dumbfounded. His daughter appeared out of thin air. This was completely beyond his understanding. Although he knew that Chi-Yu was extremely powerful, the scene in front of him was too miraculous. A faint light flickered. Chi-Yu smiled and said, Ming Ming, do you still blame me for pulling you out now? Ming Ming woke up from her excitement. She and the other 11 Zodiac Guardian Warriors started cultivating as soon as they entered the 5 elements domain. Chi-Yu knew that they would be extremely powerful after reaching the 9-cloud level. How could they not know? Especially the 8 who had not reached the 9-cloud level. After witnessing how powerful Ruiyuet and Ming Ming were, they cultivated even harder. The 12 of them cultivated together. Although they did not have Chi-Yu as their core, they were still affected by the aura of the 5 elements in the 5 elements domain. When they cultivated with each other, their cultivation speed would increase. Especially after reaching the 9-cloud level, their cultivation speed became even faster. Those who reached the 9-cloud level began to help those who had not. Just like that, as more and more people reached the 9-cloud level. As a result, their cultivation speed became faster and faster. Because they were immersed in cultivation, they did not even know that the Zodiac team had entered the 5 elements domain to cultivate. They did not even know that Chi-Yu had brought them back. Chi-Yu, where is this? Why does it look like the headquarters of the Yan Huang Soul faction? Chi-Yu smiled. It's not just like, it's the truth. We're back. Ah, back. Could it be that the battle over there had already ended? Doesn't Satan have close to 2 million troops? Chi-Yu smiled bitterly. Because Chi-Yu came to Yan Huang. So we're back. Let's settle our domestic matters first. At this moment, Ming Ming had completely recovered from her surprise. She looked deeply at Chi-Yu. She naturally understood what it meant for Chi-Yu to return before the battle was over. A faint smile appeared on her face. You, still so casual. But if it were me, I would definitely do the same. Dad, I missed you so much. After asking about the situation, Ming Ming could not help but act coquettishly towards her father. Ji Zhangming pretended to be serious. You still miss me? Your mother has nagged me so many times. Girls really can't be kept at home when they grow up. Once you have a man, even your parents won't want you anymore. How could Ming Ming not see the smile and comfort in her father's eyes? She stuck out her tongue cutely. How can that be? Dad, I'm very busy. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chi-Yu. I'm the main force in the battle. Without me, we won't be able to do it. Isn't that so? Chi-Yu. As she spoke to Chi-Yu, she did not forget to put on a threatening look. Chi-Yu smiled and nodded. Indeed, Ming Ming is very strong now. Even I have to be a little afraid of her. Ming Ming's face turned red as she glared at Chi-Yu and said, Don't speak nonsense. See how I'll deal with you in the future. Chi-Yu chuckled. I'm so scared. Uncle, look at how fierce she is. Ever since the appearance of the 9-star alignment, Ji Zhongming's mood was relaxed for once. He shook his head, helplessly. I can't care about you two. Chiyu, then this matter is settled. You go. I'll wait for your good news. When the time comes, I'll definitely ask the chairman for your merit. Chiyu shook his head. There's no need for that. After dealing with Chiyo's matter, I might have to go to the west. Only by destroying all the creatures from the evil plane as soon as possible can Earth return to normal. Uncle, then we'll be leaving. Chiyu did not put Ming Ming back into the Kongtong seal. He held her soft little hand and left the headquarters of the Yellow Flame Soul Sect. While flying in the air, Chiyu asked, Ming Ming, how's everyone? Their bodies have all recovered, right? Ming Ming leaned on Chiyu. They've all recovered. The 5 elements domain is indeed a very suitable place for cultivation. Even though everyone had used up a lot of energy in the previous battle, it was still beneficial to us, especially those who hadn't reached the 9-cloud realm. Their potential had increased to a certain extent. We're currently helping Guanjing reach the 9-cloud rank. If you hadn't asked me to come out, we might have already completed it. Chiyu was a little surprised. Guanjing? He actually reached the 9-cloud rank before the others? He's the last to become a Zodiac guardian warrior. How is that possible? Ming Ming's pretty face showed a hint of pride. What's impossible about it? You don't understand. We've already gained a lot from our cultivation. Even you can't imagine it. In the case of collective cultivation, we can all use the 5 elemental domains and the origin of nature energy that you gave us to gather everyone's energy together to help one person cultivate as much as possible, although this will affect the overall speed of improvement. However, it's different now that some of us have reached the 9th cloud level. That's because anyone who reaches the 9th cloud level will have their strength increased by several folds, and they'll be in a state of dedication in their future cultivation. Therefore, every time we have a 9th cloud expert, it means that it'll be easier for the rest of us to cultivate. Simply put, when Elder Sister Ryua was breaking through the bottleneck to the 9th cloud realm, it was the most difficult. However, later on, with her help, it was much easier for me and Su Dong. If this continues, everyone's speed of breaking through to the 9th cloud realm will become faster and faster. You looked at Ming Ming in surprise. Then why did you choose Guanjing now? In terms of his own strength, he should be the weakest among all of us, so the speed at which you guys help him should be the slowest. Ming Ming rolled her eyes at Chiyu. Isn't it because we want to help you and are afraid of fighting again? Don't forget, Guanjing isn't just a pig warrior. At the same time, he also inherited a part of the divine beast black tortoise's power. As for me, Sister Ryua, and Su Dong, we inherited the bloodlines of the vermilion bird, the azure dragon, and the white tiger respectively, together with Guanjing's black tortoise pig, were the 4 ancient sacred beasts. Senior Yinling told us that when the 4 sacred beasts gather together, they can release a powerful domain. Although it can't compare to our Zodiac protection domain, it's still extremely terrifying. When that time comes, we'll have more choices when we fight against Satan, and we'll be able to face our enemies better. Chiyu was suddenly enlightened. I see. Fortunately, Senior Yinling reminded us. Otherwise, we really didn't know that the bloodline of the 4 sacred beasts could be used in this way. Ming Ming giggled. Haven't you heard that having an elder at home is like having a treasure? After hearing Ming Ming's words, Chiyu suddenly thought of something. That's right. Yinling and Shenyuan Soul, the souls of the 10 great artifacts, could be said to be the oldest intelligent beings in this world. His thundercloud force had been upgraded to tranquil, and he couldn't continue to break through in the heaven realm. Now he didn't know where to cultivate. Perhaps Yinling has a way to deal with it? It was a pity that he didn't have the time to ask Yinling now. He secretly decided to ask Yinling before returning to the west after dealing with Chiyu's matter. Ming Ming was also kept in the Kongtong seal by Chiyu. She was about to face Qiyu. Although Ming Ming's abilities were already very impressive, Qiyu, who had Panga's axe, wasn't easy to deal with. Now that he didn't have the Xianyuan sword, the main task of dealing with Qiyu would be handed to Old Cow. As they flew, Qiyu didn't believe it. He fully unleashed his spiritual power and concentrated it within a certain range to sense Qiyu's aura. He didn't believe that Qiyu could use his energy and spiritual power to cover up his aura. They were getting closer and closer to the location that General Ji mentioned. The range that Qiyu's spiritual power concentrated was also shrinking gradually. However, to his surprise, there was still no sign of Qiyu's aura. Could it be that he really had a breakthrough and completely surpassed his level? No, Qiyu definitely didn't believe it. However, although he didn't sense Qiyu's aura, Qiyu still found his accurate location. This was because his spiritual power could clearly sense the location of the Yan Huang soul and the four families' experts. Since they had been obstructing Qiyu all this while, then Qiyu must also be there. His body accelerated instantly. To Qiyu, the distance of dozens of kilometers was just the blink of an eye. In the distance, he could already hear violent roars. That tyrannical voice caused the surrounding mountains to tremble, as the 9-star alignment had completely turned the earth into a world of darkness. Hence, from Qiyu's current point of view, he could clearly see a large number of colorful lights constantly being released. Obviously, the Yan Huang soul and the four families' experts were using guerrilla tactics to fight against Qiyu. As he got closer, Qiyu's conjecture was proven correct. Qiyu was within the embrace of the mountains. He carried the huge pango axe in one hand. Although the expression on his face looked extremely ferocious, his eyes were very calm and cold. At this moment, he had completely revealed his original appearance. However, what surprised Qiyu was that, just like how his spiritual power couldn't find Qiyu's aura, Qiyu, who was standing there, actually didn't release a trace of energy aura. If it wasn't for his body, which was 10 meters tall, which was too eye-catching, it would be easy to think that he was an ordinary person. Such a super expert could completely cover up his aura. This made Qiyu a little incredulous, especially when he felt that Qiyu's energy didn't seem to be much stronger than his. This feeling of astonishment became even stronger. A faint light flickered. Qiyu gently waved the pango axe in his hand. Suddenly, a grayish-white light floated out, and a colorful shadow in the distance suddenly disappeared. All the energy attacks, as long as they came in front of him, would disappear into nothingness before they could even cause any damage. It was as if there was an invisible energy around Qiyu's body that was always protecting him. However, if there was an invisible energy, why was there no energy aura? The strange situation with Qiyu couldn't help but raise Qiyu's vigilance. At this moment, he naturally couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, the people on his side would suffer even greater losses. Black scales quietly covered Qiyu's body. His figure flashed, and he crossed the vast sky, pouncing in Qiyu's direction. Qiyu, who had been looking relaxed, suddenly changed his expression when he sensed Qiyu's aura. He straightened the pango axe in his hand, and a tyrannical spiritual wave was immediately released in the direction where Qiyu was pouncing. It was full of offensive power, just like the energy released by the pango axe. Qiyu's eyes flashed with a divine light. His body, which was rushing forward, forcibly changed direction in midair and moved to the side. At the same time, he waved his right hand and gave Qiyu a green light. Under the illumination of the energy released by both sides, Qiyu immediately saw Qiyu's appearance. In fact, even without using his eyes, he couldn't be more familiar with the energy aura exuding from Qiyu's body. "It's you? Why are you here?" Qiyu suddenly saw Qiyu. The surprise in his heart could no longer be described in words. His momentum immediately fell to a disadvantage. He looked at Qiyu with a dumbfounded expression, and for a moment he seemed to be a little afraid. Qiyu naturally knew that Qiyu wasn't afraid of him. Although he used to have the Xianyuan sword, His strength was not much stronger than Chi-Yu's. What Chi-Yu was really afraid of was the Bull Demon King. Feeling the powerful energy waves from Chi-Yu's body, Chi-Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of eagerness. Why can't I be here again? I also want to ask you, why did you come to modern times? Was it the energy of the 9-star alignment that sent you here? Chi-Yu looked coldly at Chi-Yu, and the thundercloud force on his body slowly increased. His eyes were fixed on the Pango axe in Chi-Yu's hand. This artifact with a powerful attack power could cause real harm to him at any time. Even if Chi-Yu was very confident in himself, he wouldn't be the slightest bit careless. Chi-Yu's sluggish expression slowly recovered. His ferocious face was gloomy, and his voice sounded a little strange. It seems that you were also sent to this era by that force. Was it the Xianyuan sword that sent you here? Chi-Yu frowned. Although he couldn't completely know Chi-Yu's situation, from what he said, it seemed that Chi-Yu was sent to this era by the Panga axe. Chi-Yu, I originally belonged to this world. Since you came to my world, it saves me the trouble of going to the ancient beasts era to find you. Today here, that's when you die. Chi-Yu's eyes flickered. Human, why are you always pestering me like a ghost? Could it be that there's some hatred between us? Frankly speaking, he really did not want to fight with Chi-Yu. To be more precise, he was filled with fear towards the Bull Demon King who could appear at any time. One had to know that back then, even he who possessed the Pango axe was unable to do so. In front of the Bull Demon King, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. If he were to encounter such an expert again, he really did not know if he would be able to leave this place alive. Chi-Yu smiled faintly. It's very simple. It's because you're Chi-Yu. They must be enemies. Didn't you already know? His Majesty Emperor Huang is my master. Tell me, should I go against you? Chi-Yu glared at Chi-Yu with anger in his eyes. But, surprisingly, he was not angry. Human, why don't we discuss this? The energy aura in this era is much weaker than in our era. Whether it's you or me, we've both reached a bottleneck in terms of energy. If we combine our powers, it'll be very easy to rule this era. In this era filled with dark aura, my power will definitely be able to play the greatest role. I can even give you half of my territory and slaves after I rule. That should be enough, right? In this era, there's no power that can go against us. Could it be? Don't you want to become a ruler? When that time comes, we'll mind our own business. I promise I won't bring you any trouble in the future. How about that? At this moment, the people from the 4 great families and the Yanhuang Soul sect gradually appeared in the surroundings. Most of them naturally recognized Chi-Yu. Ever since Chi-Yu appeared, although they were barely able to resist, their hearts were filled with fear. They had tried all kinds of attacks, but they couldn't hurt Chi-Yu at all. And Chi-Yu was toying with them like a cat toying with a mouse. Every time he attacked, he would take a life. Against such a demon god, their resistance was already at its lowest. If not for protecting the capital city, they would have fled long ago. But at this moment, Chi-Yu's sudden appearance had completely reversed the situation. The giant that filled them with fear actually seemed to be pleading with Chi-Yu. This shocked the experts from the 4 great families and the Yanhuang Soul sect, especially the leaders of the 4 great families. Although they knew that Chi-Yu was very strong, they did not expect him to be this strong. When Chi-Yu called out Chi-Yu's name, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. Chi-Yu was actually the most terrifying demon god in the history of Yanhuang. They were actually fighting against a demon god. If not for Chi-Yu's appearance, the final outcome would probably be complete annihilation. There was no other possibility. Chi-Yu naturally did not know what the others were thinking. He looked at Chi-Yu with a disdainful look in his eyes. Chi-Yu, are you worthy of working with me? I've already said that today is the day you die. If you kill yourself, perhaps you can leave your corpse intact. Unfortunately, I have to destroy your soul and spiritual imprint. This is to prevent you from reviving again. Everyone else, leave this place. You are no longer needed here. As he spoke, a circle of green light was released from Qi Yu's body. The surrounding experts from the 4 great families and Yan Huang Soul sect felt their bodies lighten, and their bodies were already drifting far away. One had to know that this was just a casual wave of energy from Qi Yu. The village elders understood that this battle was no longer something they could participate in. Even the stronger and bolder people among them did not dare to stay and watch the battle. In a short while, these Eastern experts had already retreated. Qi Yu looked at Qi Yu with uncertainty. The Pango axe that was originally held in one hand was now held in both hands. He said coldly, "So, human, you want to go against me to the end?" Qi Yu smiled slightly and said, "I'm really sorry. Who asked you to have such a bad reputation? Qi Yu, I'm sorry. Today, you have to leave your life behind. I don't want to look for you everywhere." The green light gradually spread. With Qi Yu and Qi Yu as the center, circles of green whirlwinds gradually appeared around them, surrounding their battlefield. Those green whirlwinds were not as simple as ordinary wind. Just like the one Qi Yu encountered in the Divine Wind Valley in the Divine World, these whirlwinds, which were created by others, were filled with the aura of souls. The huge energy fluctuations kept increasing. With each increase, the surrounding green light also became a bit more intense, illuminating the battlefield between Qi Yu and Qi Yu. Qi Yu did not look at those whirlwinds. His eyes were always on Qi Yu. Last time he was seriously injured by Qi Yu's undying domain because he was not careful. At this moment, he absolutely could not let the same thing happen. "Human, your strength has improved much faster than I imagined." Qi Yu looked at Qi Yu. The wariness in his eyes deepened. Qi Yu smiled faintly and said, "You're not bad either. I feel that your energy has become purer than before. Even my mental power can't detect the existence of your energy. Qi Yu, can you tell me what's going on?" Qi Yu's eyes flickered coldly. "Since you want to kill me, you'll find out very soon. Come on, I want to see what ability you have to destroy me. However, let's make this clear. Since this is a duel between the 2 of us, no third party is allowed to intervene, even if you're the messenger for Kirin's summoning." Qi Yu looked at Qi Yu and could not help but laugh. This fellow seems to have become smarter and more sinister than before. He actually used words to mock me. It's obvious that he's afraid of Old Bull. However, with Qi Yu's intelligence, how could he be fooled? He spread his hands and said, "Since you want a one-on-one duel, fine. However, in a one-on-one duel, you can't run away." Qi Yu scoffed coldly and said, "As long as it's a one-on-one duel, why would I run away? As the greatest demon god since ancient times, how can you understand my power?" Qi Yu nodded and said, "Fine. As long as you're willing to not run away in a one-on-one duel, then let's have a one-on-one duel. What a pity. I really want to have a one-on-one duel with you. However, someone does not agree. Old Bull, I'll leave it to you." What a joke. How could Qi Yu fight Qi Yu one-on-one under such circumstances? Although he really hoped to have a great battle with Qi Yu after his strength had increased, however, now that the 9-star alignment had descended, there were still many things waiting for him to do. Without the Shenyuan sword, he was not absolutely confident that he could destroy Qi Yu. Now that he had free labor like Old Bull, it would be a waste not to use it. Anyway, Old Bull would fight sooner or later. He might as well let Old Bull do it, so that he could consume less energy. Chapter 335. The Bull Demon King looked at Qi Yu with a gloomy face. "Kid, you're really good at running. Twice in a row, you actually managed to escape from me. Let's see how you're going to escape this time." The moment he saw the Bull Demon King appear, Qi Yu's expression turned ugly. He glared angrily at Qi Yu. "Didn't you say you wanted to fight me one-on-one? You despicable man, you humans are just so treacherous." Qi Yu smiled and said, "Qi Yu, when did I say that I would be the one to fight you? I only said a duel. I didn't say it was a duel between you and me. Since you want to fight one-on-one, if I don't choose the strongest opponent for you, How can I live up to your reputation as a demon god? Old Ox, I'll leave it to you. However, you can rest assured, Chi-Yu. What I said just now is absolutely true. As long as you don't run away, we will definitely not join hands. Of course, if you still want to escape from the battle, you'll have to ask me first. After listening to Chi-Yu's words, Chi-Yu knew that if he wanted to escape today, he would have to do so. He still had to face Chi-Yu and the Bull Demon King. The last 2 times he escaped. It could be said that he had taken advantage of the lack of rapport between Chi-Yu and the Bull Demon King to a certain extent. Furthermore, an opportunity was created in the midst of chaos. However, it was different this time. The Bull Demon King had obviously raised his guard and would not allow himself to escape so easily. Furthermore, the human's energy aura was much stronger than before. His mental strength had been locked onto him. If he wanted to escape this time, he would have to rely on his own strength to force his way out. Demon Bull King, there is no enmity between us. Why are you doing this to me? Back then, you were the one who offered to help the Jilly people. But now you're attacking me. Are we not allies? What I just said to this human is also valid for you. If you are willing, we can join hands and conquer this world. Make it our territory. Oh no, after I take over this era, I'm even willing to serve you as my master. That should be fine, right? Old Ox twitched his mouth in disdain when he heard Chi-Yu's anxious voice. Even if I want to conquer this world, do you think I need your help? That's right. Back when the ancient beasts were still around, I did offer to let some of the beasts help you deal with the humans. I led the ferocious beasts to deal with those divine beasts. If I succeed, the era of the ancient beasts will be my world. It was a pity. Later, many things happened that forced me to change my mind, and he came to this era. Chi-Yu, do you know why I want to deal with you? Chi-Yu shook his head blankly and looked at the Bull Demon King with a questioning gaze. From the moment the Bull Demon King appeared until now, his aura did not give him too much pressure. His tone was also calmer than before, causing Chi-Yu to involuntarily fantasize. The Bull Demon King smiled indifferently and said, "As the saying goes, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Don't you understand this logic? The reason why I want to deal with you, it's because you obtained the Pango Axe, which is not something you should have obtained at all. Do you understand? Pango Axe? You want to deal with me because of the Pango Axe?" Chi-Yu stared blankly at the Bull Demon King, his heart suddenly struggling fiercely. His gaze locked on the Pango Axe in his hand, his fierce eyes flashing, as if he was thinking about something. Yes, it's because of the Pango Axe. The axe that Pango used to split heaven and earth is not something that a guy like you can use. It's too late for you to say anything now. Your ending was already decided the moment you obtained the Pango Axe. Chi-Yu is right. If you want to leave your corpse intact, do it yourself. The Bull Demon King did not have any weapons in his hand. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he looked at Chi-Yu as if he was looking at his prey. Chi-Yu looked at the Bull Demon King, gritted his teeth, and said, "Well, even so, I know I was wrong. I'm willing to give you the Pango Axe. You can let me go in this way." The Bull Demon King could not help but be stunned when he heard his words. He asked doubtfully, "Are you really willing to give me the Pango Axe?" Chi-Yu lowered his head. Although he still looked a little hesitant, he still nodded firmly. "In order to save my life, although the Pango Axe is good, I'm also willing to give it to you. However, you have to guarantee my safety." A sharp light flashed in the Bull Demon King's eyes. "Give it to me." As he spoke, he stretched out his big hand towards Chi-Yu. At this moment, his body was controlled to a height of about 10 meters, and he looked basically the same as Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu's aura was a little uneven, but he still flew towards the Bull Demon King. He lowered his head, as if he was reluctant to part with the Pango Axe. A faint, greenish-white light constantly flashed on the Pango Axe. Even Chi-Yu, who was far away, could clearly feel the powerful aura of the divine weapon. After all, it was a super divine weapon of the same level as the Shenyuan sword. The Pango axe was undoubtedly very important to Chiyu. Looking at the Pango axe that Chiyu was about to hand over to the old bull, Chiyu did not know why, but he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He vaguely felt that something was about to happen. However, he did not move because he was still unable to grasp what that feeling was. The old bull stretched out his hand. Just as his big hand was about to grab the Pango axe, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. A crazy roar erupted from Chiyu's mouth in an instant. The Pango axe in his hand suddenly released a mass of intense greenish-white light. It was as if a greenish-white sun had erupted between him and the Ox Demon King. The huge axe blade completely transformed into an indestructible energy and forcefully chopped towards the Bull Demon King's chest. In the face of such a sneak attack at such a close distance, however, the Bull Demon King did not seem to panic at all. The expression on his face became even more ferocious, and a murderous aura instantly erupted. His body slightly leaned to the side, and instead of retreating, he directly pounced towards Chiyu. His huge right hand actually flashed with the same greenish-white light, and he directly grabbed the Pango axe that was chopping towards him. The Pango axe that could split the heavens and the earth. Its tyrannical attack power coupled with the unimaginably huge weight of the Pango axe itself. Even when he had the Xianyuan sword, Chiyu was not willing to collide with it head-on. However, the old bull actually used his hand to grab the Pango axe that had already erupted with energy. How was this any different from suicide? Even if the old bull's strength was already so strong that it surpassed his and Chiyu's, it was still too daring for him to rashly grab the sharp edge of a super divine weapon. Could it be that he was doing this because he could not dodge? Was he sacrificing an arm to severely injure Chiyu? The Bull Demon King very quickly used his own actions to tell Chiyu that he was not crazy. Not only was he not crazy, but he was also very smart. The moment the Bull Demon King's big hand came into contact with the energy that had erupted from the Pango axe, two greenish-white lights actually erupted at the same time and instantly merged together. In the next moment, the Bull Demon King's right hand actually broke through the greenish-white light. He grabbed the blade of the Pango axe. The powerful energy waves did not cause him any harm at all. At the same time, his left fist had already swung out, and it went straight for Chiyu's chest. Chiyu was completely stunned. He had not expected this. Someone could actually break through the attack of the Pango axe with his bare hands. This was completely unimaginable. However, the truth was right in front of him, but he had to believe it. Chiyu's surprise did not stop. The fact that the Bull Demon King broke through the attack energy of the Pango axe and grabbed the blade of the axe was shocking. However, when the Bull Demon King's left fist landed on Chiyu's chest, an even greater surprise appeared. Chiyu was very clear about how powerful the Bull Demon King's energy was. Even though he had reached such a powerful level, when he faced the Bull Demon King, the energy aura released by the Bull Demon King still gave him a feeling that it was unfathomable. That's right, it was unfathomable. Ever since he had first met the Bull Demon King, the feeling that the Bull Demon King gave him had never changed. Although Chiyu vaguely knew that this was because the Bull Demon King had used some of his energy aura to break through again after becoming his servant, there was absolutely no doubt that the old bull was powerful. Although such a powerful old bull was using his left hand, the energy imbued in his fist could definitely destroy a mountain easily. However, when such a powerful fist landed on Chiyu's chest, a strange scene appeared. A layer of pale white light suddenly appeared in front of Chiyu. Immediately after, a violent boom suddenly sounded, and Chiyu's body flew into the distance like an arrow. The huge energy shock wave even caused the divine wind released by Chiyu to tremble violently, and Chiyu's body had already rushed over like a cannonball. Because of this tyrannical punch, Chiyu had actually used the Bull Demon King's huge strength to snatch back Pango's axe. Furthermore, when Chiyu saw the Bull Demon King pouncing towards him, He could clearly feel that Chi Yu was not injured at all after the Bull Demon King's punch landed on him. Time did not allow Chi Yu to think about why this was happening. Seeing that Chi Yu was rushing towards the barrier formed by the divine wind, he rushed over almost immediately. The divine wind was indeed powerful, but its main purpose was to prevent Chi Yu from using the cicada shedding carapace skill. The spiritual energy imbued in the divine wind could completely prevent Chi Yu from using the cicada shedding carapace skill. However, it could not withstand the sharpness of Pango's axe. Chi Yu's body had borrowed the impact of the old bull's punch. At this moment, his speed could be said to be a combination of his and the old bull's speed. Even Chi Yu only saw a blur before Chi Yu had already rushed in front of the divine wind. Meanwhile, he had already waved the Pango axe in his hand and used it to block in front of him. Then he rushed towards the divine wind. Chi Yu did not know how fast Chi Yu was, but he believed that Chi Yu was definitely not faster than him. However, the demon god, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was definitely not as cunning as Chi Yu. As long as he could rush out of this place, it was very likely that he would escape again. Both Chi Yu and the old bull definitely did not want to see this situation. Hence, Chi Yu and the old bull reacted accordingly immediately. Chi Yu rushed forward from the side. When the old bull realized that he did not cause any harm to Chi Yu, his eyes instantly turned red. At the same time, he made a pulling action with both his hands, and a massive energy aura instantly filled the entire divine wind. The energy aura was extremely powerful. That was the old bull's special ability, gravity control. The speed at which Chi Yu rushed out was indeed too fast. Even with gravity control, he could not completely stop his body. However, the old bull's energy was too strong, and it still caused Chi Yu's forward speed to slow down a little. Chi Yu, who was rushing over at full speed, caught up with him. The sharpness of the Pango axe cut through the divine wind easily. However, just as Chi Yu was about to rush out of the divine wind, Chi Yu had already rushed over. He put his hands together, and a large ball of lightning directly bombarded Chi Yu's body. At the same time, his body swayed slightly, and he used his own body to block the gap that Chi Yu had just created. Although all of this took a long time to describe, it completely happened in the blink of an eye. Chi Yu's speed was extremely fast, so fast that even he could not control it. Under the effect of gravity control, he only felt his body tense up. Meanwhile, the Pango axe had already cut through the divine wind in front of him. Just as he thought that he could escape, the ball of lightning had already arrived. As everything happened too quickly, even Chi Yu could not react in time. His Pango axe was still in front of him, and he could not block the ball of lightning that erupted from Chi Yu in time. There was a violent roar, and the ball of lightning completely bombarded Chi Yu's body. That was a massive amount of lightning energy that even Satan was afraid of. Chi Yu was already anxious, so he naturally gave it his all. The massive amount of energy in the ball of lightning instantly exploded. An extremely huge shockwave was produced, and even Chi Yu's body was sent flying by the huge amount of energy. The surrounding divine wind also disappeared because of this intense shockwave. This showed how powerful Chi Yu's attack was. At the very least, it was definitely not inferior to the punch that Old Bull had just now. However, when Chi Yu's body was sent flying by the shockwave, he was shocked to see that the pale white light on Chi Yu's body appeared again. Just like the punch that Old Bull had bombarded his chest, the violent attack of the ball of lightning was also dispelled by the pale white light. Chi Yu's body only changed direction before he shot out again. His speed was not any slower than before. At this moment, even the divine wind that was obstructing him had disappeared. There were too many surprises that made Chi Yu feel numb. His body was still flying backward when he shouted, "Old Bull, stop him!" There was no need for Chi Yu to say anything. Demon Bull naturally knew what he had to do. After all, Chi Yu had bought him some time. A layer of red light burst forth from the Old Bull's body, completely blocking off the repercussions of the ball-shaped lightning explosion. Soon after, his body shot across the sky, and a stretch of sticky red light descended from the sky, directly enveloping Chi-Yu's body. Chi-Yu's charging body had just entered the red light when he suddenly slowed down. He was like an F1 sports car that had stepped on the brakes. The sudden reduction in speed caused his face to turn blood red. He waved the panga axe in his hand crazily, and the green and white light shattered the red light. However, he had completely lost his speed at this moment. When the red light disappeared, Chi-Yu had already discovered to his dismay that Chi-Yu and Old Bull were floating in front of him and behind him, respectively. Chi-Yu looked at Old Bull, who was in front of him, while panting slightly. In his opinion, it was obvious that Demon Bull posed a greater threat to him. Furthermore, Chi-Yu had not used the Xianyuan sword until now. This also made him feel that he had been lucky. Although he was not injured by Chi-Yu and Old Bull's consecutive attacks, Chi-Yu was clearly filled with fear. However, Chi-Yu was clearly filled with fear. The earth pango axe in his hand continued to release a powerful energy. Although he was no longer protected by the divine wind, he could clearly feel that the Bull Demon King and Chi-Yu's energy had completely locked onto him. Chi-Yu, you're good. Now I know why you disappeared in the ancient beast era. Even my heavens, I could not find your whereabouts. So you actually went to look for it. Am I right? Bull Demon King looked at Chi-Yu with a smile. Not only was he not angry because his attack on Chi-Yu was ineffective, but he was also very excited. Chi-Yu's expression changed drastically. You already know? Demon Bull snorted coldly and said, "If you don't want people to know, you have to do it yourself. Chi-Yu, do you think that you can escape from us just because you have a divine weapon? If it was only Chi-Yu alone, he would definitely not be able to trap you. Although his energy is above yours without the Xianyuan sword, he might not be your match. After all, divine weapons like the Xianyuan sword and pango axe could greatly increase the strength of the user in battle. Unfortunately, I am here now. Do you think that you can fight against both of us? Is there any possibility of getting lucky? Chi-Yu, you don't have to interfere. Let me see what effect Chi-Yu's 2 divine artifacts can have. Chi-Yu, I advise you not to try to escape. That was your last chance. Now that you've revealed your trump card, do you think I will let the same thing happen again?" Chi-Yu's expression gradually changed. Looking at the Bull Demon King in front of him, who was filled with disdain, a trace of viciousness gradually appeared in his eyes. Huge energy waves were released from his body in an unstable manner. Every time he released it, his aura would grow a little stronger. The grayish-black light that was released from his body had a few more traces of white. At the same time, the green and white light on the pango axe in his hand also became stronger. With a slight smile, Chi-Yu's eyes revealed a trace of tyrannical light. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, and his eyes flickered. With Demon Bull attacking, he could not be bothered to attack Chi-Yu. Demon Bull could be unafraid of Chi-Yu's pango axe, but he had to be wary. Moreover, the Bull Demon King had already said that Chi-Yu had another divine artifact on him. In other words, the reason why they could not find Chi-Yu during the era of the primordial beasts was because Chi-Yu had gone to search for the divine artifact. The divine artifact's domain had blocked the energy that he and the Bull Demon King were searching for, causing the Bull Demon King's all-seeing eye to lose its effect. It was probably because of that divine weapon that Chi-Yu's spiritual power could not detect Chi-Yu's aura. What divine weapon could cause Chi-Yu's aura to become so strange, allowing him to withstand Chi-Yu's and Old Bull's attacks? Chi-Yu had already vaguely guessed a few things, but before he could confirm it, he would not rashly assume that Chi-Yu had obtained something. In any case, Old Cow would be the one to test it out. Old Bull's earlier analysis was very accurate. Chi-Yu's abilities had increased by a lot, but in terms of energy, Chi-Yu was no longer his match. However, Chi-Yu, who possessed 2 divine weapons, was probably more powerful than Chi-Yu in terms of overall abilities. After all, Chi-Yu did not have any offensive weapons that could contend against Chi-Yu. However, Old Bull was different. He could even directly grab Panga's axe. It was enough for him to deal with Chiyu. When he thought of this, Chiyu could not help but be even more wary of Old Bull. Old Bull's power had exceeded his imagination once again. How much energy was needed to grab Panga's axe, which could split the sky and earth with his bare hands? Chiyu did not even think that he would be able to do this when he reached the true 9-cloud level. There was definitely something wrong with the greenish-white light that Old Bull had released earlier. It was probably because of the light that he could easily block Chiyu's attack. As he thought of this, Chiyu slowly retreated to one side. This time, he did not release the divine wind. He only condensed a large amount of energy in his body. Kirin's illusion appeared in his left hand and transformed into a longbow. His right hand was placed on the invisible bowstring. A greenish gold arrow that was condensed from the compressed divine wind quietly appeared between the index and middle fingers of his right hand. Chiyu, aren't you good at running? All right. Let's see if you can escape from my divine wind arrow the next time you run. I'm afraid that there is no other method in this world that is faster than my divine wind arrow. When the attack was condensed at one point and released in an instant, even the Demon Bull King could only block it head-on. The bowstring was slowly pulled back. There was no need to aim at all. Under the lock of Chi-Yu's mental strength, the tyrannical penetrating power of the divine wind arrow had already caused Chi-Yu's back to turn cold. He naturally knew what Chi-Yu was preparing to do. As long as he showed any signs of running away, he was afraid that he would be greeted by a full-powered arrow from Chi-Yu. Although he might not be injured, escaping would become a fantasy. Perhaps it was because of Chi-Yu's provocation. The humbleness and fear on Chi-Yu's face had completely disappeared. His eyes had imperceptibly turned completely gray. He looked at the Demon Bull King in front of him and slowly raised the Pango axe in his right hand. He stretched out his left hand horizontally beside him. With a flash of white light, a small white pagoda appeared on his palm out of thin air. The small white pagoda looked like it was carved out of white jade. There was not a single flaw on the entire pagoda. All the minute details were vivid and lifelike. It looked very captivating. In particular, the edges and corners carved on the pagoda gave people a strange feeling. It was as if they were constantly rotating. In the hands of Chiyu, who was 10 meters tall, the height of the pagoda was about 1 meter. Although it was only 1 meter, in the eyes of Chiyu and the Demon Bull King, this white jade pagoda seemed to be able to contain the whole world. This white jade pagoda seemed to be able to encompass the whole world. Chi-Yu's expression changed slightly. He finally knew what the other artifact that Chi-Yu had obtained was. Clear Sky Pagoda. It was the Clear Sky Pagoda. The Clear Sky Pagoda ranked 5th among the 10 great artifacts. Based on its ranking, its energy should be above that of the Kongtong Seal. No wonder Chi-Yu could withstand the attacks of him and the Demon Bull King. He probably relied on the energy of this Clear Sky Pagoda. The Demon Bull King's eyes were completely focused on the Clear Sky Pagoda. His eyes revealed a greedy light. In the midst of his greed, there seemed to be something else in his eyes. He looked at the Clear Sky Pagoda, then looked at the Pango axe in Chi-Yu's other hand. It was as if he was looking at his own family. His eyes, which had always been cold in the past, now had a sense of tenderness. Chiyu, even I have to say that I admire you. Other than the human, Chiyu, you are the only fellow that I admire. Chiyu obtained the Shenyuan sword and the Kongtong seal, but I didn't expect you to obtain the Clear Sky Pagoda and the Panga axe, a divine artifact combination that can contend against the sword seal combination. No wonder you still dare to put on such an expression in front of me. It seems that you have nothing to fear. Chiyu glared at the Demon Bull King and said coldly, "What if I don't? Don't tell me that if I bow and scrape to you, you will let me go?" The Demon Bull King continued, "Of course not. However, I will let you die a little more pleasantly. However, seeing that you have already found the Clear Sky Pagoda, I will still let you die a little more pleasantly. Now you can hand it over." The bull demon king let out a furious roar, and the energy in his body increased in an instant. He reached out with his right hand again, but this time it was not a physical object, but a huge hand of nothingness. Dark, red energy surged towards Chiyu in an overwhelming manner. Chiyu's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. The Pango axe suddenly stood upright and directly slashed towards the big hand. For a moment, there seemed to be only the shadow of the huge axe between heaven and earth. That's right, it was the first move of the Pango axe, splitting heaven and earth apart. It was also the most magnificent and overbearing move of the Pango axe. The blue and white light seemed to really split the heaven and earth. The light shadow that the demon bull king waved out was suddenly split into two halves. Even the momentum of his body was split into two. His figure flashed, and a layer of dark red light appeared on the body of the demon bull king. The light of the splitting heaven and earth apart flashed across his body and immediately returned to normal. The demon bull king said contemptuously, "Want to hurt me? It is impossible to do without the last two moves of the 7 moves of Pango, splitting heaven. But can you use them?" Chiyu ignored the provocation of the demon bull king. With a wave of his left hand, the clear sky pagoda floated up and expanded in the air. It formed a milky white shadow that directly shrouded his body. The milky white shadow slowly revolved around Chiyu's body. Chiyu could clearly feel that Chiyu's aura was completely covered, and his energy was constantly being compressed. The light released by the clear sky pagoda had already formed an extremely strong defense around his body. Compared to before, the current clear sky pagoda could truly display its defensive power. The demon bull king floated forward, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Chiyu. Looking at the light released by the clear sky pagoda on Chiyu's body, he sighed and said, "What a pity, what a pity! It is simply a waste for a divine weapon to fall on you. You don't even know how to use this clear sky pagoda. Ridiculous, ridiculous! A good clear sky pagoda has actually been turned into a tortoise shell by you. To think that you could even think of something like that." As he spoke, his hands were already grabbing towards Chiyu. This time, the gravity control was directly released. At the same time, the dark red light had already completely enveloped the demon bull king and Chiyu. What he wanted to do was to prevent Chiyu from having any chance of escaping. Huge energy waves erupted in an instant. Helpless, Chiyu could only use the Pango axe to meet the huge hand of the demon bull king. He had a strong subconscious fear of the demon bull king. He also did not know what would happen if the demon bull king touched the clear sky pagoda on his body. Therefore, he would rather expend more energy to take the initiative to launch an attack. The demon bull king's body once again became illusory. This move of his had the same effect as the undying field that came with the Kongtong seal. Although it was not as easy as using the undying field, and it also consumed a large amount of energy, for a super expert like the demon bull king, the consumption was almost negligible. A faint light flickered. The demon bull king waved his right hand and slapped it directly on the Pango axe. At this moment, Chiyu changed to holding the axe with both hands. The huge Pango axe in his hands burst out in a mysterious arc and swept towards the demon bull king's body. It looked like a single axe, but in fact, it was formed by thousands of axes. This was an axe that had no flaws at all. The strangest thing was that under the effect of the clear sky pagoda, the energy of this axe was completely restrained. In an instant, it swept towards the demon bull king. There was a trace of surprise in the demon bull king's eyes. He quickly retreated, and the energy in his body burst forth in an instant. He punched out with both his fists at the same time. His control of gravity was raised to the limit, and Chiyu's movements were immediately slowed down. However, the mysterious arc stuck to the demon bull king's body like a shadow. A greenish-white shadow directly chased after the demon bull king. The demon bull king, who had previously been able to withstand the Pango axe with ease, now had a serious expression on his face. He frantically spread his body, and his huge body kept moving in midair. He seemed to be using a set of mysterious footwork. Everywhere he passed, his energy kept increasing. After every increase, he immediately slapped the greenish-white light. He seemed to be in a fluster. Chapter 336. Chi-Yu was alarmed. Although he didn't know what Chi-Yu was doing, it was easy to understand. Chi-Yu, who wasn't injured, had suddenly vomited blood. It was obvious that he was using some kind of secret technique, and this secret technique was to instantly increase his energy. It seemed that this guy was going to stake everything on one throw. While thinking, the thundercloud force in Chi-Yu's body floated out from his right hand, and the 9 secret words were spat out from his mouth. With the increase in energy from the 9 secret words, Chi-Yu forcibly sealed the divine wind arrow in a ball of lightning, turning the arrow into a dual attribute. What he needed to do now was to deal with all changes by remaining unchanged. He found it hard to believe that Old Ox would be defeated by Chi-Yu with his strength. The dark green light completely dyed Chi-Yu's body dark green. The bluish-white light on the pango axe in his hand had disappeared, and what appeared was a layer of pale red light. The pango axe trembled violently, as if it was about to break away from his hand. The huge energy was constantly increasing, and every time it increased, Chi-Yu showed a trace of pain. Obviously, he was suffering great pain. The pale red light on the pango axe became more and more intense, and at this time, the pango axe had disappeared. Chi-Yu did not move, but the pango axe had transformed into a faint layer of shadow. It seemed that it could explode at any time. The Bull Demon King was still fighting against the greenish-white light. Obviously, that light was extremely difficult to deal with. It was just that under his continuous attacks, the energy was slightly weakened. But in a short time, Bull Demon King seemed to be unable to make a move. Chi-Yu, you are courting death. First, you used the 5th move of the 7 moves of Pango Axe. That was already the highest level you could reach. Now you still want to use the 6th move? You can't succeed. When the time comes, you will inevitably explode and die. Chi-Yu looked coldly at Bull Demon King and said, Old Ox, do you really think I don't know how to use the Clear Sky Pagoda? Yes, without the Clear Sky Pagoda, I will use the demonic body disintegration to activate the energy and double my strength in a short time. Naturally, I will explode and die. But with the Clear Sky Pagoda, it not only defends the outside, but also the inside of my body. I'll let you see if I can use the 6th form of the 7 forms of splitting the heavens. The pain on his face suddenly disappeared. Chi-Yu abruptly raised his head and bellowed. He held the Clear Sky Pagoda with both hands and raised it up high. He shouted, Primal, Chaos, beginning, opening. That's right, this was no longer the creation of heaven and earth. However, it had the same effect as the heaven and earth splitting technique. The faint red light formed a faint red ray of light in midair and went straight into the ground. The other end soared into the sky. With his mental energy, Chi-Yu suddenly realized something. The end that was rushing towards the sky had actually broken through the atmosphere. Primal chaos. Was this the 6th form of the 7 forms of splitting the heavens? In terms of energy, the energy aura erupting from Chi-Yu's body was only slightly weaker than when he used the revolving star passage technique. Of course, this referred to the situation when Chi-Yu used the real revolving star passage technique, and not the last time he used the revolving star passage technique to deal with the asteroid. The red ray of light turned into a red light curtain in midair, and its sharp direction was directed at the Ox Demon King. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the Ox Demon King. At this time, the Ox Demon King stretched out his hands and crushed the green and white ray of light that had been entangling him. Seeing the faint red ray of light rushing towards him, the Ox Demon King's eyes seemed to become sluggish for a moment. What made Chi-Yu and Chi-Yu surprised was that the Ox Demon King did not put up any resistance and let the 6th form of the 7 forms of splitting the heavens beginning of primal chaos, slash onto his body. What was he doing? Was he committing suicide? Just as Chi-Yu was in a state of shock, suddenly, an unprecedented pain came from the depths of his soul. With a scream, he almost fell from the sky, and even the long arrow in his hand was subconsciously released. With a loud bang, it exploded on Chi-Yu's body. Perhaps because Chi-Yu had consumed too much energy to use the beginning of primal chaos, the defensive power of the clear sky pagoda had dropped a lot. Chi-Yu's arrow suddenly blasted him, and he once again opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Chi-Yu only felt that his brain was about to explode, and all the pores on his body spewed out a layer of blood at the same time. The huge energy aura suddenly became chaotic, and he struggled fiercely in the air. 2 black wings emerged from his body, and his energy aura completely erupted. For types of thundercloud force, like a volcanic eruption, shot out from his body in all directions without any target and scattered into the air, almost covering the surrounding area of tens of square kilometers. There was a series of violent booms, and the places that were enveloped by the energy released by Chi-Yu exploded into dazzling flames. What level had Chi-Yu reached? The complete release of the energy in his body was definitely destructive. Although the energy was released gradually, the effect produced when it was released was no less than a nuclear bomb. Dozens of mountains in the surroundings were razed to the ground at the same time, and the various elemental energy molecules in the air became abnormally violent. It was like an energy storm that swept through the air continuously. Chi-Yu didn't know what had happened either. He really couldn't understand why Chi-Yu would have such a huge reaction when his axe had been aimed at the Bull Demon King. Could it be because of the secondary effects of the token? That was impossible. When Kirin's token was attacked, he had never heard of Kirin suffering a backlash. On the contrary, when Kirin was in danger, his token should be hurt. What exactly was going on? Old Cow's condition was only slightly better than Chi-Yu's. A pained expression also appeared on his body, but he did not continuously release energy from his body. A huge energy aura kept condensing, and the old bull kept tumbling in midair. If it weren't for the fact that Chi-Yu wasn't feeling well, he would have taken the initiative to attack. He wanted to take this opportunity to destroy Chi-Yu and Old Cow. He released the 6th form of the 7 forms of Split the Heavens. The amount of energy consumed was much more terrifying than Chi-Yu had imagined. He originally thought that after using the Sky Demon disintegration technique, he would still have some energy left, at least enough to support his escape. But in reality, the consumption was much greater than he had imagined. However, after being shot by Chi-Yu's arrow, the remaining energy was also consumed in the Clear Heaven Pagoda. It was not easy for him to keep his body from falling from the sky. He could only desperately absorb the energy molecules in the air to replenish himself. Although Chi-Yu was also eager to destroy these 2 powerful enemies in front of him, he also knew that it was almost impossible. Even if he recovered some energy, it could only support him to leave this place at most. Chi-Yu, who had fallen from the sky, was like a huge hedgehog, continuously releasing a huge amount of energy. He could not even lift the Pango axe anymore. He definitely did not want to be blasted down by the energy waves released by Chi-Yu. As for Old Cow, although he looked to be in extreme pain, his energy was still there. Even if it was a casual attack, it was not something that Chi-Yu could withstand. Hence, Chi-Yu had already made up his mind. Once he recovered some energy, he would immediately leave this place and find a place to hide. Anyway, with the Clear Heaven Pagoda to help him hide his aura, he was not afraid of being found by Chi-Yu or Old Cow. The intense pain erupted from the depths of his soul. Chi-Yu only felt as if his brain and soul were being split apart. The intense pain was something that he had never felt before. Although he seemed to be able to control his body, the intense pain had already made his mind a little muddled. It was as if his life imprint had been shattered along with the intense pain. The last thought in his mind was, could Chi-Yu's primal chaos opening hurt him as well? seeing Old Cow and Chiyu in pain. Chiyu quickly recovered his energy. He first gathered a bit of energy and channeled it into the Clear Heaven Pagoda, expanding the Clear Heaven Pagoda's energy. At least, he could protect himself a little. Even if the energy waves released by Chiyu were to attack him, he would not have to be afraid. Just when Chiyu's energy had recovered by half and he felt that he was about to escape, the pain on Old Cow's face gradually disappeared. And Chiyu, who was tumbling in the air, also gradually calmed down. Not good. This was the only feeling that Chiyu had. He did not even dare to absorb any more energy. He immediately wanted to escape in a direction. You want to leave? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. A deep voice was heard. At the next moment, Chiyu realized that he had lost control of his body. A giant palm passed through the energy defense of the Clear Heaven Pagoda and grabbed his neck. The meager energy in his body was instantly sealed. His hand became lighter. The heavy Pangu axe was already in the other party's hand. The person who suddenly grabbed him was none other than the Bull Demon King. The Clear Heaven Pagoda was originally enough to defend against the Bull Demon King's attack for a certain period of time. Unfortunately, Chiyu was too weak now. The Clear Heaven Pagoda could not unleash its original effect. That was why the Bull Demon King's attack succeeded. The red glow in the Bull Demon King's eyes was like blood. He looked at Chiyu with a strange feeling. It was as if a wild beast had seen its prey. His eyes were filled with excitement and bloodlust. The intense pain came quickly and disappeared just as quickly. The intense pain that caused Chiyu to almost let out a scream had instantly faded like the tide. At the same time, he suddenly felt a sense of loss in the spirit fox. It was as if he had lost something. After forcefully calming himself down, Chiyu realized that he was left with less than 30% of the energy in his body. It could be seen how intense the release of energy was. A faint glow flickered. He looked towards the sky in a daze and saw the scene of the old bull grabbing Chiyu. He could not help but relax a little. He suddenly realized that the Bull Demon King was looking at him. Furthermore, he was looking at him with a very strange expression. His heart suddenly trembled violently. Chiyu had already realized something. The Bull Demon King turned his gaze towards the Pangu axe in his hand. As expected of the Pangu axe that split the heavens and earth. Chiyu, I really have to thank you. I have planned for a very long time for today. Fortunately, it was the Pangu axe. If it was the Shenyuan sword, I'm afraid I would have disappeared from this world. Chiyu did not know what to say. His body trembled uncontrollably. Of course, he knew what would happen to him if he fell into the Bull Demon King's hands. All he could think of now was that the Bull Demon King would give him a quick death. Chiyu looked at the Bull Demon King. You did it on purpose, didn't you? The Bull Demon King smiled indifferently. Have you thought of it? Unfortunately, it's too late. Chiyu sighed. It seems that I have been tricked by you from the beginning. The Bull Demon King laughed. His laugh was very domineering. Yes, I have told you before that if I was not willing, how could you have taken me in as your servant? Actually, this is also a challenge for me. If I can complete this challenge, I will definitely break through to a whole new realm, a realm that you cannot even imagine. After all, I have been your servant for a long time. Don't worry, I will tell you everything soon. As he spoke, the red light on Bull Demon King's body suddenly rose, and a huge amount of energy instantly enveloped Chiyu's body. Bull Demon King moved to Chiyu's back, his arms tightly wrapped around Chiyu's shoulders, and the dark red energy circled around their bodies rhythmically. An inhuman scream burst out from Chiyu's mouth. Ah! Bull Demon King, what are you doing? The corner of the Bull Demon King's mouth revealed a trace of an evil smile. He spat out 2 words. Devour. You want to? Ah. You could only say a few words before he could not help but let out another scream. The Bull Demon King smiled. That's right, I want to devour. I want to devour your body, your life, and your soul. It is not easy for you to cultivate to this level. Even the great rock Wisdom King and the others cannot compare to you. What is more precious is that part of your origin is the bloodline of humans. This kind of energy is the most suitable for me to devour. You are the same as me. Our origin comes from the energy of darkness and the aura of evil. In addition, your body has the aura of Panga's axe and clear sky pagoda. If I don't devour you, how can I be worthy of your tens of thousands of years of cultivation? No, don't. Lord Bull Demon King, I beg you, let my soul go. You can do whatever you want with my body, but I don't want my body and soul to be destroyed. I beg you, Lord Bull Demon King, let me go. Chi Yu wailed in pain. The Bull Demon King smiled. Do you think that I will let you go at this time? If we were in a different position, would you let me go? Not long ago, Chi Yu once said. You will have to pay for what you have done sooner or later. After being devoured by me, your energy will not disappear. Instead, it will exist in an even more powerful form. Isn't this the best ending for you? Bull Demon King, you will die a horrible death. If you devour my body, you will not be able to obtain Panga's axe and clear sky pagoda. Once I die, the divine equipment will return to the place where they are sealed. Only I know that they are sealed there. Let me go, and I will tell you where they are sealed and transfer them to you. Chi Yu was already struggling on his deathbed. The Bull Demon King sneered. Chi Yu, you underestimate me too much. If I don't even have the ability to control these two divine equipment, do you think I would be in a hurry to find you? Go to hell. Perhaps your soul fragment will tell you from my memory why I can control these two divine equipment and not let them return to the seal. The dark red energy suddenly exploded, and Chi Yu let out a final scream. His originally tall body had completely disappeared. The Bull Demon King was still so tall, but at this time his body was surrounded by a circle of blood mist. In that dark sky, the Bull Demon King, whose whole body was flickering with blood light, looked so strange, so powerful. It was just as the Bull Demon King had said. The clear sky pagoda was in his left hand and the Panga's axe was in his right. The two divine equipment were releasing their original light and did not disappear because of Chi Yu's death. 100 meters away, the Bull Demon King and Chi Yu faced each other. Their moods were at opposite ends of the spectrum at this moment. Seeing the Bull Demon King devour Chi Yu, it was not that Chi Yu did not want to stop it, but now there was no possibility of stopping it. The Bull Demon King was already much stronger than him, let alone in his current state. At this moment, Chi Yu finally understood. Chi Yu's appearance did not mean that the evil coming from the east was worse than the west. On the contrary, the evil coming from the east was the most terrifying evil. He was the one who brought this evil into this world. That was the Bull Demon King in front of him. Yes, only the Bull Demon King's strength was worthy of the evil coming from the east. The Bull Demon King's eyes were full of excitement. The energy on his body fluctuated unstably. The left hand that was holding the clear sky pagoda released a white light, and the right hand that was holding the Panga's axe released a green and white light. He firmly controlled the two divine equipment. Chi Yu, do you have a lot of questions to ask me now? The Bull Demon King looked at Chi Yu with a smile. Chi Yu said indifferently, I already understand a lot of things. You planned all of this, didn't you? Between us, there is no longer any relationship. The domain of life and death. It was finally broken in your plan. Although I had guessed that you would definitely have a way to do it, I just did not expect that you would use Chi Yu. The Bull Demon King smiled proudly and said, Yes, it is indeed hard for you to imagine. The domain of life and death was the most powerful ability of the reincarnation fruit, one of the 3 divine fruit kings. How could it be broken so easily? You have to know, the 3 divine fruit kings were formed by the energy of the water and fire gods. It was not something that you or I could break. Even if the domain of life and death was only one of the abilities of the reincarnation fruit, it was the same. I did not lie to you. Back then, when you captured me as an envoy, I did so willingly. Because at that time, I had already felt the aura of the source of nature in your body. With my strength at that time, if I wanted to improve further, I had to leave this world. Otherwise, the pressure of this world would always restrict me within a certain range. But after entering your body, this restriction disappeared. In addition, the aura of the source of nature in your body was of great help to my cultivation. Because of this, I could continue to improve. However, I also knew that it was easy to become your envoy, but it was too difficult to get rid of the domain of life and death. But at that time, I had no other choice. If I wanted to obtain more power, I had to take risks. So, I chose to become your envoy. Otherwise, you would have been destroyed by me. At this point, the Bull Demon King paused, as if he was proud of his wise decision. Later on, while I was cultivating, I thought about how to break free from the life and death domain. I am the same as you. I am very afraid of death. It was not easy for me to obtain such powerful energy. How could I bear to die? And you are the same, so I chose you. Otherwise, if you really killed yourself, I would be finished. Later, I thought of Panga's axe. Panga's axe was used by the great god Pango to split heaven and earth. Although its sharpness was not as sharp as the Shenyuan sword, and its king's aura was also inferior to the Shenyuan sword, its energy of splitting heaven and earth could open all barriers. After my continuous analysis, as well as the intensity of the energy released by Panga's axe when you and Chiyu fought, and the energy aura released by the different attacks of the 7 styles of splitting the heavens, I judged that in order to cut open the domain of life and death between us, I must use the energy of the last 2 styles of the 7 styles of splitting the heavens. And I can't do this. It's not that I don't have enough energy. It's that before Chiyu dies, I can't become the new master of Panga's axe. And if I kill Chiyu, I'm afraid that you won't let me get Panga's axe so easily. Moreover, it's too difficult for me to cut open this restriction. If I'm not careful, my soul will be hurt. But it's different if Chiyu uses it. When he uses Primal Chaos Genesis, I have enough time to adjust the connection between us to the best state and let him use the domain of life and death in one move. Looking at the Bull Demon King, Chiyu's aura had completely stabilized. So, you told Chiyu that if I want to hurt you, I must use the last 2 styles of the 7 styles of splitting the heavens, right? The Bull Demon King calmly nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. Chiyu is just a tool that I used." However, he was very lucky to find Panga's axe and Clear Sky Pagoda. Unfortunately, he met me. If it was just you, it would be almost impossible to destroy him. Even if he can't beat you, you can't catch him. Chiyu said, "I'm very curious. If Chiyu doesn't have enough energy to use the 6th style, what will you do?" The Bull Demon King laughed and said, "Isn't that simple? I'll just help him, right? When one's energy reaches my level, they can do as they please and multitask. I can inject energy into him without him noticing. Of course, this is just the last resort. I already knew that with his strength, he can use the devil disintegration technique to achieve his goal. Chiyu, you still fell for it. Now, there's no longer any possibility for you to stop me." Letting out a long sigh, Chiyu revealed a bitter expression. "You win, old bull. I didn't expect that I would lose to you in the end. However, I think you don't really like this completely dark environment. After you kill me, release the 9-star alignment. As for the other matters, it's up to you. Actually, for a powerful existence like you, would you really be interested in unifying a planet?" The Bull Demon King smiled and said, "Of course, why not? Back then, during the era of the ancient beasts, I wanted to unify the entire ancient beasts, which was to completely destroy the divine beasts. I wanted to control the entire world in my hands. You brought me into this world, and let me see many things that I couldn't see in the past. I want to rule this world in my own hands. However, don't worry. Even if I rule this world, I won't be like Satan and Hades, those short-sighted fellows, and let darkness descend upon the human world. If the darkness really continues, I'm afraid that humanity will perish. I'm different. As a powerhouse with great foresight, I will let humanity continue to survive and make them my servants. I want to make use of humanity's intelligence. Perhaps one day, humanity will find a better way to increase their energy. When that time comes, I can gather energy again, and even be like the god of water and god of fire, roaming in space and become the master of the universe. That's my true goal. Looking at the Bull Demon King, Chi Yu's gaze gradually turned cold. Although what the Bull Demon King wanted to do would have a much smaller impact on humanity than Satan and Hades, he still wanted to enslave the entire human race. The energy in his body began to gather frantically. Although he knew that he couldn't defeat the Bull Demon King, Chi Yu definitely wouldn't resign himself to death. He had already thought it through. Even if he died, he would create some trouble for the Bull Demon King. Chapter 337. Silver light patterns appeared on Chi Yu's right arm. A huge amount of energy, filled with a destructive aura, began to condense on his right arm. Yes, what he was about to unleash was the ultimate power of Kirin, the ultimate Kirin arm. It was an ultimate attack that could only be unleashed at the cost of an ordinary Kirin's life, or Ink Kirin's 100 years of cultivation. Chi Yu had reached the level of Ink Kirin's 9 clouds. How powerful would the ultimate Kirin arm be? He had already thought it through. When he unleashed the ultimate Kirin arm, he would burn his life and soul imprint at the same time, releasing the energy to the maximum. Although it might not be able to destroy the Bull Demon King, it would at least be able to severely injure him. After he died, the imprint would naturally return to its place of sealing and bring the Zodiac army back with it. In that case, it would at least leave some seeds of resistance for the humans. Stop! Are you trying to commit suicide? The Bull Demon King waved the Pango axe in his hand slightly. It collided with the powerful energy aura released by Chi Yu. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but the speed at which Chi Yu condensed energy did not slow down. He no longer spoke, but his eyes were filled with determination as he stared at the Bull Demon King. He must not give up on this last chance. The Bull Demon King looked at Chi Yu and could not help but frown. All right, I don't want to kill you now. You don't have to be so agitated. Even if you want to unleash your ultimate Kirin arm, now is not the time. Chi Yu was stunned. He looked at the Bull Demon King in surprise. You have such a good opportunity, and you don't want to kill me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? The Bull Demon King smiled and said, Do you remember what I said before we came back to find Chi Yu? Don't worry, I always keep my word. At that time, I said I would save your life. Now I will fulfill my promise. I will let you go this time. However, when I return, I hope you're ready. At that time, you will only have 2 choices. One is to die in my hands, and the other is to lead your subordinates to submit to me. I can make you my most capable subordinate. Our cooperation. Didn't they always have a tacit understanding? After all, we've been together for such a long time. F***CK, who's been with you for so long? Hearing Bull Demon King's ambiguous words, Chi Yu scolded angrily. However, at this time, he finally dispersed the energy of the ultimate Kirin arm. He wasn't sure about anything else. However, old Neo's reputation was indeed not bad. The Bull Demon King said, No matter what you think, I have gained a lot from you. Moreover, I have never treated you as an enemy. Of course, you are willing to treat me as an enemy. I can't help it. Let me be frank with you. Although I have the ability to kill you right now, I can't. However, I will also suffer from the backlash. Although Chi Yu was devoured by me, he was still alive. However, I still need to fuse his energy with my own and completely master these 2 divine artifacts. After everything is done, I will return. Before I return, I will let you know. At that time, let's have a head-on battle. If you lose, you will become my subordinate. If I lose, you can do whatever you want. Let's go, Chi Yu. I don't care how you see me. I don't care what you think of me. but in my heart, you are the only person in this world that I have ever treated as a friend, even if you are just a human." With a flash of light, old Nyo's body disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the pitch-black night sky. Looking at where old Nyo had disappeared, Chiyu suddenly felt dispirited and powerless. His body slowly descended to the ground. When he landed on the ruined ground, the light in his eyes became much dimmer. For the first time, his confidence in himself was shaken. Old Nyo, could he really defeat that old Nyo? With a flash of colorful light, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors appeared around Chiyu at the same time. The 12 Zodiac teams quietly surrounded him. The 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors released their energy at the same time to help Chiyu recover. They knew everything that had happened outside, although they couldn't actively see what was happening outside in the cave seal. However, when Chiyu was in danger, the Yin spirit activated the image and woke them up from their cultivation state. Previously, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors wanted to come out and help Chiyu fight to the death. However, they were forcefully suppressed by Chiyu. Now that old Nyo had left, Chiyu released them. "Chiyu, don't think too much. You can't be blamed. If you hadn't turned him into your servant, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to return to this world. I'm afraid we won't be able to return to this world." Snow Girl comforted Chiyu quietly. Chiyu took a deep breath and said, "I'm not thinking too much. I'm just thinking about how strong old Nyo is now. Do you know that with my current strength, he's the only guy who can make me feel helpless? Even when I faced Satan's 3 million Burning Hell Legion, I didn't have such a feeling. However, old Nyo's strength is something you can't understand. Not only were we mortal enemies, but we also fought together for survival. At the same time, we also fought side by side. I've seen his strength with my own eyes. That time, Lucifer was really like a little bird in front of him. He didn't even have the ability to resist. Later on, in hell, Satan and Lucifer couldn't win against him. And now, Demon Bull has devoured Chiyu's body and assimilated Chiyu's life and soul imprint. This will definitely increase his strength to a level that even I can't imagine. In addition, he has obtained 2 divine weapons, Penga's Axe and Clear Sky Pagoda. What right do I have to fight against him? It's impossible to win. Ruyue, Ming Ming, Shangbing, and the plant soul walked to Chiyu's side one after another. Ruyue pulled Chiyu's hand and said, "Let's go back first. There's always a way out. Let's discuss it together. Maybe we can come up with a solution." Chiyu nodded and said, "Let's go. Let's go back to the dragon field courtyard first." At this moment, he no longer had any intention of going to the west. The sudden change in old Nyo had already enveloped the entire east under his pressure. If old Nyo didn't die, what was the point of doing anything else? What was the point of killing Satan and Hades? In Chiyu's eyes, even if they were added together, they still couldn't compare to old Nyo. In the eyes of Chiyu, even if they were added together, they still couldn't compare to old Nyo. Soon, Chiyu brought the Zodiac army back to their base, the Dragon Field courtyard, with a heavy heart. Ruyue arranged for everyone first, then surrounded Chiyu with the Zodiac guardian gods and returned to the training room on the 3rd floor of the villa. It was a big place. It was also more convenient for everyone to discuss the current situation. Sitting in a circle, Chiyu leaned against the wall behind him. He didn't know why, but he felt a little strange at this moment. He wasn't even thinking about how to deal with Demon Bull. Instead, he was thinking about the first time he came here. At that time, he was taught a lesson by Ruyue and had to lie in bed for a long time. No one said anything. Everyone was deep in thought. After Chiyu's explanation, they were very clear about Demon Bull's situation. They knew that Chiyu was right. The current Bull Demon King had reached an unprecedented level of power. After a long time, Ruyue was the first to speak. "Chiyu, if when we all reach the 9 cloud level, then we can use the Zodiac protection domain. Is it possible to defeat Old Bull even if we have to perish together? Speaking of this, Ryue's eyes became extremely firm. That resolute aura affected everyone. Recollecting his thoughts, Chiyu sat up straight and slowly shook his head. No, even if we perish together, there is no chance. You have to know that Panga's axe and Shenyuan's sword, these two divine weapons, have a common characteristic, that is, they can destroy all domains. Of course, it depends on the energy of the user. With the intensity of Demon Bull's energy, do you think that his Panga's axe can't break our domain? Moreover, after fusing with Chiyo's energy, Demon Bull's overall energy is definitely not weaker than when we use the Zodiac protection domain after reaching the 9-cloud level. It might even be stronger. We can only maintain that kind of energy intensity for a very short time. If I were Old Bull, I wouldn't even need to risk my life. I just need to delay for a while, and we will be finished. M.O. Dan snorted and said, We are both bulls, but why is he so strong? It's really unfair. Hearing her words, everyone couldn't help but feel a little more relaxed. Yan Shaoi smiled and said, In this world, there is no such thing as fairness. You have also become beautiful now, and you are also a bull. Why don't you marry that old bull? Maybe he will even let Earth go. Or we can directly send him back to the era of ancient beasts. Hearing Yan Xiaoyi's words, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The atmosphere was further relaxed. Only Chiyu didn't laugh. At this time, his eyes had already lit up. He said thoughtfully, Xiaoyi, what did you just say? Repeat it again. Yan Xiaoyi was stunned, but still subconsciously repeated, I just said in this world, there is no such thing as fairness. You have also become beautiful now, and you are also a bull. Why don't you marry that old bull? Maybe he will even let Earth go. Or we can directly send him back to the era of ancient beasts. Pa! Chiyu clapped his palms together and released a crisp sound. That's right, let's do that. Xiaoyi, thank you. You've reminded me. We can't defeat Old Bull. But it's not that we have no other way. He doesn't belong to our world in the first place. Since we can't defeat him, we can just send him back. If we only send him back to the era of ancient beasts, it will be much easier. After thinking things through, Chiyu clearly became much more relaxed. He silently judged that although Old Bull was powerful, he would probably need a long time to completely digest Chiyu and the two divine weapons. Then, what should he do during this period of time? He definitely couldn't return to the West. Who knew when Old Bull would suddenly return? He was different from Chiyu. Chiyu had no understanding of the modern world, but Old Bull was very clear about everything here. The destructive power that he could bring was definitely not something that Chiyu could compare to. As for the West, he could only ignore it for now. Malti and Yamu, good luck to you. It was not an easy task to send Old Bull back to the era of ancient beasts. Old Bull was extremely powerful, and his intelligence was not inferior to that of a human's. If it was as he had said and Chiyu had captured him as a messenger back then it would obviously be extremely difficult to trick him and send him back to the era of ancient beasts. Furthermore, if he sent the Bull Demon King back to the era of ancient beasts, the divine beasts that had just regained their vigor would probably suffer another disaster. With the Bull Demon King's abilities, he could completely reorganize the ferocious beasts in a short period of time. He could even unify the era of ancient beasts. He already knew many things about the modern world, and naturally understood that humans in the modern world would be dominant in the future. If he carried out a destructive attack on humans during the era of ancient beasts, it was hard to say whether there would be any changes in the modern world. At the thought of this, Chiyu's relaxed mood tightened again. Naturally, he knew that the best way to solve this problem was to defeat Old Bull. However, defeating him was easier said than done. However, was there really no possibility? Panga's axe and Clear Sky Pagoda were once divine weapons used by the great god Pangu. Naturally, they were extremely powerful. However, he also had the Kongtong seal and the broken Shenyuan sword. If he could reforge the Shenyuan sword, he might have a chance with its sharpness. However, more importantly, he had to increase his abilities to a level that was close to Old Bull's level. The 9 clouds was his only way out. However, now that the 9-star alignment had appeared, almost all the passages from Earth to the other planes were sealed. Where could he go to increase his abilities to the final peak? Chi-Yu stood up and stretched his body. He looked at everyone with a gentle gaze and said, "Let's go outside. I have something to say to everyone." With that, he walked out of the door. Seeing that Chi-Yu had regained his composure, the Zodiac guardian god warriors couldn't help but smile knowingly. They followed behind Chi-Yu in a single file. They arrived at the courtyard of the Dragonfield courtyard. After all, the space in the villa was limited. It was impossible to accommodate more than 100 people. Therefore, Ryua once again arranged for the members of the Zodiac guardian god team to stay in the courtyard and set up tents for them. The sky was still pitch black and not a single cloud could be seen. The occasional twinkling starlight couldn't bring any light to this world. Under the influence of the 9-star alignment, even the moon lost its original radiance. Unless one had super eyesight like Chi-Yu's, it would be very difficult to see its existence in the sky. Walking out of the villa, Chi-Yu's body emitted a faint spiritual fluctuation. He didn't even need to open his mouth to call for the members of the Zodiac team to quickly come out of their tents under the influence of his spiritual aura. To them, Chi-Yu's aura was also a form of command. The warriors of the Zodiac guardian god team were all in high spirits. After cultivating in the 5 elements domain, the energy aura on their bodies had been further enhanced. If these people were to be placed outside, each of them would be able to become an expert who could hold their own, coupled with their own orders. Perhaps even the masters of the 4 big families wouldn't be a match for them. Moreover, these people were all personally trained by Chi-Yu. It could be said that they were his disciples. Although many of these people were older than Chi-Yu, their respect for Chi-Yu came from the bottom of their hearts. Without Chi-Yu, they would never have been able to reach their current heights. Chi-Yu's strength and Chi-Yu's selflessness made them all willing to die for Chi-Yu. Although the Zodiac guardian god team only had a little more than 100 people, under the leadership of Chi-Yu, they never flinched even when facing the burning Hell Legion's million-strong army. This was a kind of fighting spirit that Chi-Yu had imperceptibly transmitted to them. He stood on the lawn. He lowered his head. As he looked at the originally lush green grass that had withered, Chi-Yu's eyes flashed with anger. The 9-star alignment. Even if I have to use my own strength to change the direction of the stars, I will make the sun shine on the earth again. There is no power that can stop me. Just you wait. Lifting his head, Chi-Yu said calmly, "Now I will make an announcement." At this moment, although there were more than 100 people here, other than the sound of breathing, there was no other noise. Everyone was quietly listening to Chi-Yu's instructions, feeling the aura emanating from everyone. Chi-Yu said calmly, "I believe you all know the current situation. However, there are still some things that you do not know. You are all my best brothers, my best companions. I do not want to hide anything from you. That's right, we do have great power now. If not for the 9-star alignment, even in the entire world, we would definitely be able to do whatever we want. However, an unprecedented crisis has appeared, not only for us, but also for Yanhuang land and even the entire world. In the face of such a crisis, I have no other choice. I can only lead the Zodiac guardian god warriors to face it bravely and use all my strength to fight to the death." At this point, Chi-Yu's voice became visibly agitated, and his eyes shone with an invisible light. Even in the darkness, the villa behind him emitted a faint light. Everyone could still see the light shining on his face. Chi-Yu's gaze swept across the faces of the Zodiac guardian god warriors. Not long ago, we were still in the West, fighting enemies from hell and the underworld in the suburbs of Berlin. I'm afraid many of you do not know why they are here. As he said this, Chi-Yu raised his right hand and pointed to the sky. We have seen the sun disappear, or rather, it has been blocked by a tight barrier. Why did it disappear? It is because of the special phenomenon of the nine-star alignment that only appears once every tens of thousands of years. No one knows how long it will take for the nine-star alignment to appear, but it has appeared now. The 9 planets of the solar system form a line, completely blocking the light of the sun. Whether it is hell or the underworld, they belong to the same plane of evil as us. It is just that the passage between their plane and Earth is sealed. You can think of it as they are also in different places in the solar system. The appearance of the 9-star alignment completely opened the passage between these planes of evil and Earth. Therefore, we have welcomed the joint army of hell and the underworld. Facing them, you are absolutely brave. Not a single one of you has retreated. But now, I must tell you that they are no longer our final enemy, because they are not qualified. With our strength, we can definitely defeat them. But our final enemy is very, very difficult. The members of the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors listened attentively to Chi Yu's words. No one even whispered to each other. The biggest change in their expressions was reflected in the look in their eyes. Most of them had calm expressions on their faces, or rather, they were silent. It was as if what Chi Yu said had nothing to do with them. Chi Yu said calmly, "You should have seen it in the 5 elements domain. Yes, our final enemy is the Bull Demon King. Perhaps some of you will ask, can the Bull Demon King alone compare to the entire underworld and hell combined? If so, I can tell you very clearly, yes. Even if the entire underworld and hell combined were to be compared to the Bull Demon King's position in my heart, there are too many grievances and entanglements between me and the Bull Demon King. Perhaps you can imagine it, but before the battle with Chi Yu, the Bull Demon King was under my command." When this last sentence was said, there was finally a commotion. The powerful Bull Demon King was actually Chi Yu's command. This was something that the warriors of the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors could not imagine. You don't need to know too much about what happened between me and the Bull Demon King. I can only tell you that the Bull Demon King has already devoured Chi Yu's body. Or rather, he has devoured everything about Chi Yu, including his soul, life imprint, and all of his energy. The 2 divine weapons that Chi Yu possessed have already become the Bull Demon King's possessions. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Frankly speaking, if I were to go up against the Bull Demon King in terms of strength, I would not stand a chance. Yes, the current me would not stand a chance against him. Regardless of whether it is in terms of divine weapons or personal strength, he is far above my level. There are many things that he can do that I can't even imagine. Simply put, in this world of ours, he is an existence that is comparable to a god. But even if I can't beat him, I will not retreat. When he comes to Yan Huang again, it will be the time for us to fight to the death. I don't know if I can achieve any miracles in my cultivation before he comes, but I can tell you clearly that when the Bull Demon King comes again, each and every one of us will have a slim chance of survival. When he said the words slim chance of survival, Chi Yu enunciated each word clearly. His voice spread across the entire Dragonfield courtyard for dozens of miles. It shook the hearts of the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors. There was a full 5 minutes of silence. Chi Yu's gaze suddenly turned sharp. He swept his gaze across the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors before him. "Now I need an answer. Each and every one of you must give me an answer. Back then, when I asked you to come from the 4 great families, it was not to help the 4 great families. It was because I knew that Earth would face many calamities. Our Zodiac Guardian God Warriors need to increase our strength. Therefore, I asked the 4 great families for you outstanding youths. I can't say that I did this without a purpose. My purpose is very simple. Even if the East becomes stronger, even if you return to the 4 great families in the future, or even if you no longer listen to my orders, the overall strength of the East will increase because of your appearance. You are not the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors. Therefore, I will not force you. Now, please give me an answer. To stay or to leave. To leave. You can wait for the result at home. You can wait in the 4 great families for the final result to appear. But if you stay, I'm afraid there will only be one ending. Death. Tell me. You have an answer. Now. Chi-Yu roared angrily. He looked at the warriors of the Zodiac guardian god warriors in front of him, his eyes filled with a tyrannical light. He had said so much for one reason. He did not want these companions who had followed him for so long to die because of him. Therefore, he had to know how many people in the Zodiac guardian god warriors were willing to fight with him to the end, even if they had to pay with their lives. Only such people had a reason to stay. Otherwise, it would be better to leave this place. Feeling Chi-Yu's gaze, the warriors of the Zodiac squad looked a little hesitant at the start of his angry roar. However, their gazes soon began to change. From their eyes, Chi-Yu could see the word determination. Almost everyone took a step forward at the same time. A young man from the Shin family in the capital said loudly, "Our king, from the day we set foot here, we no longer belong to the 4 great families. During the period of the ancient beasts, you completely abided by your promise. Although we suffered a lot, our strength rose like a rocket. It can be said that the strength we have now is completely thanks to you. You selflessly transferred your own energy to us and infused the incomparably precious energy of the source of nature into our bodies. In our hearts, you are not only the Supreme King, but you are also like our Master, even though you are only about the same age as us. However, in our eyes, you will always be our leader. Yes, we are from the 4 great families. However, I have long forgotten my identity in the 4 great families. I just want to tell you that I am a Zodiac warrior, a member of the Zodiac army. Even if there is only a drop of blood left, I will let it burn in battle for the mission of the Zodiac guardian god." Even Chi-Yu could not help but be moved by these passionate words. He realized that his eyes seemed to have become a little moist. Another person stepped forward. This time it was a woman from the Zodiac guardian god squad. She was not very pretty, but she gave off a tough vibe. "My king, I am from the Luo family." Just now, his words represented the Shun family, so I can tell you on behalf of the Luo family. Even though we are from the 4 great families, the 4 great families also have a mission to protect the East. No matter what, we will not leave. We will always be by your side. You once led us to the period of the ancient beasts to fight against the ancient demon god and his Jilly people. You once led us to outer space to collide with the asteroid that could destroy the Earth. You once led us to the west and fought with our lives against the underworld from the plane of evil. Any one of these wonderful things is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But we did all of them and returned here without any losses. And all of this was accomplished under your leadership. Since there are so many glorious past achievements, we believe that this time you will still lead us to the final victory. There will always be sacrifices in battle. But if we can sacrifice ourselves in such a glorious battle, then our lives have not been in vain. That's right. Luo Yu is right. A young man from the Su family stood up. A person's life is only a few decades. For ordinary people, no matter how they are arranged, they will only live a mediocre life. But as the Zodiac warriors, although it has only been 20 years, our lives have been absolutely wonderful. We are all willing to continue for this wonderful life. My king, boss, you will always be our leader. Don't chase us away. None of the children of the 4 great families are cowards. What is there to fear about death? If we can't witness the final battle with the Bull Demon King, it will be more painful than death for us. My king, my great king, you have sacrificed so much for us. Please don't doubt our determination, okay? Although his words were calmer than the previous 2, the determination in his voice was not the slightest bit different. The last to step out was a young man from the Zhou family. His eyes had turned blood red at some point in time. Unlike the other 3, after he walked out, he only said one sentence, almost roaring, "Boss, let's do it!" Their blood was boiling. The Zodiac warrior's blood was boiling. All the members of the Zodiac squad roared in unison. "Boss, lead us." Chapter 338. Taking a deep breath, Chi-Yu looked at the Zodiac warriors in front of him. His gaze softened, and the sharpness from before disappeared. "Now, everyone listen to my orders. Return to your tents and rest. I will immediately contact the Yanhuang military. After a while, I will send you back to your families. I will give each of you 3 days. When you go back, reunite with your families. 3 days later, we will gather here. If anyone changes their mind and doesn't want to come back, don't worry, I won't blame you. After all, everyone has their own families, and I won't ask anything of you. All right, now get ready. 3 days of rest. Adjust your mood." "No, boss, we won't leave." The Zodiac warriors who reacted quickly immediately shouted after hearing Chi-Yu's words. They were all afraid that Chi-Yu would leave them behind, so they only led the Zodiac warriors to fight. Looking at their suspicious expressions, Chi-Yu's face darkened. "This is an order. Return to your tents immediately. Think about it. If I wanted to leave you behind, would I still say what I just said? All right, carry out the order. Warriors of the Zodiac squad. Captains, bid farewell to your team members." After saying this, Chi-Yu turned around and returned to the villa. The 12 Zodiac warriors, Shangbing, and the other women merged with the 12 Zodiac squad and said their goodbyes reluctantly. They all agreed with Chi-Yu's decision. At the same time, they were proud that no one from their respective squads suggested leaving the Zodiac army. Hummer's reaction was the most direct. He walked over to his own Zodiac squad and laughed. He laughed heartily. "Good, brothers. You're all good. If any of you had decided to leave just now, although I wouldn't have stopped you, I would have given you a beating. Luckily, none of my brothers are cowards. Let's not talk about anything else. Didn't boss say it just now? If one of you dies, then he will try to be the first. I am your captain and also your big brother. If anyone in our squad is in danger, then I will be the first. It's definitely me, Changjie. I will use my own body to protect you. You are all my best brothers." After saying this, Changjie laughed heartily. His heroic spirit had also ignited the flame in the hearts of every Zodiac warrior. For a moment, the entire courtyard. There were frantic shouts everywhere. After returning to his room, Chi-Yu stood by the window and looked at the jubilant Zodiac warriors outside. 2 streams of tears flowed down from his eyes. Those were not tears of sorrow, but tears of gratitude. Perhaps it was easy to not be afraid of death. However, how many people could cheer in the face of the impending battle of death? This was no longer as simple as facing death with equanimity. He looked at his companions. Chi-Yu's heart was filled with pride. These were the true descendants of Yen and Huang. Every one of them is a hero. Chi-Yu picked up the phone and dialed General Ji's number. "Uncle, I'm Chi-Yu." "Chi-Yu, I've heard about the battle on your side. However, because the energy fluctuations over there were too strong, the Yen Huang people did not see the final result. How is it? What's the situation?" Ji Zhangming asked anxiously. A bitter smile appeared on Chi-Yu's face as he replied, "Uncle, the problem has been temporarily resolved. As for the future, don't worry. As long as I am alive, I will not let anyone invade our homeland. Now, I would like to ask you for a favor. I need a plane to send the Zodiac warriors home. Let them reunite with their families for a few days." Ji Zhangming said doubtfully, "It's not a good idea to let them go home at this time. Are you not preparing to go to the West? Or has the situation there been resolved?" Chi-Yu sighed. "Right now, we can't care about the situation in the West. In the near future, Yen Huang will face an even greater crisis. Uncle, I will tell you in detail later. I'm letting my brothers go home just to let them reunite with each other's families before the final battle. Can you please help me?" Ji Zhangming did not say anything more and agreed to Chi-Yu's request. To the Yen Huang Republic, Chi-Yu's importance was now equal to that of the president. His contributions to the country could no longer be described as meritorious. Even a high-ranking military official like General Ji Zhongming knew that his status was not as high as Chi-Yu's. The president had already ordered that, as long as it was Chi-Yu's request, the Yanhuang Republic would support it unconditionally. At this time, a group of guests arrived at the Dragonfield courtyard. There were more than 100 guests. When they appeared in the courtyard's garden, the jubilant members of the Zodiac team quietened down. Each of them had different emotions in their eyes. This was because most of the people who appeared were their relatives and elders. Yes, the people from the 4 major families had arrived. Previously, when Chi-Yu replaced the 4 great families and the people of the Yanhuang Soul sect against Chi-Yu, they did not go far. They just watched from afar. Like the people of the Yanhuang Soul sect, they did not know how the battle would end. However, after the violent explosion of energy, there was no more sound. They knew that the battle was definitely over. Under the Shun family head's suggestion, they decided to come to the Dragonfield courtyard to try their luck and see if they could see Chi-Yu and their clansmen. Back then, the youths from the 4 great clans that came to the Dragon Realm courtyard were only a portion of the younger generation of their respective clans. But in order to learn more from the Zodiac warriors, they sent the elites of the major families. At that time, the 4 great clans had also thought that Chi-Yu wanted to use their power. However, with the strength of the Zodiac warriors, they could imagine what would happen to them if they refused. After careful discussion, they decided to send someone over. At that time, they had already thought that even if only half of them could come back alive, as long as they could learn some combat skills from the Zodiac warriors, they would also make great contributions to their respective clans. The 4 great clans were already deeply rooted in Yanhuang. Sending 30 youths from each clan was not too much of a burden. Hence, the current 12 Zodiac team was formed. This time, Chi-Yu suddenly appeared in the east. After General Ji's communication, the 4 great clans immediately set out. Although they each had their own selfish motives, they were after all a part of Yanhuang. The interests of Yanhuang were their interests. The 4 great clans had a long history, and the number 1 creed of each clan was to protect Yanhuang. No matter how other aspects changed, this had never changed. Hence, once they received General Ji's request, they immediately sent out the elites of their clans. This time, the 4 great clans had come. They were all their most elite forces. There were many of them, and most of them were between 35 to 60 years old. They were led by the family heads of the 4 great clans. Hence, these people were the elders of the 12 Zodiac team. Chi-Yu's strength was unimaginable to the 4 great clans. At the start, they had wanted to destroy Chi-Yu head-on, but after witnessing Chi-Yu's strength and paying a certain price, they knew that Chi-Yu wasn't someone they could defeat. They did what they could. He could only stall Chi-Yu and wait for the arrival of the Zodiac guardian god. Fortunately, Chi-Yu was very interested in the humans of this era and was not in a hurry to destroy them, so the losses of the 4 great clans were not too great. The members of the Zodiac squad suddenly saw their loved ones. No matter how much they had been tempered by Chi-Yu, they were still shocked to see their loved ones. For a moment, they were filled with excitement because their current status was different from before. Therefore, they all stood there looking at their relatives, but none of them came forward to greet them. Standing in front of the window of his room, Chi-Yu could not help but smile as he watched the people from the 4 great families arrive. I knew they would come. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. He floated up and directly flew out of the window to meet the experts of the 4 great families. Chi-Yu knew that if he didn't give the order, the members of the Zodiac squad wouldn't take the initiative to step forward, even if they were facing their relatives. Patriarchs, long time no see. The patriarchs of the 4 great families felt their eyes light up. Chi-Yu, who was shining with a faint green light, had already appeared in front of them. Compared to before, the changes in Chi-Yu's body were extremely obvious, not only in terms of height and physique. but more importantly, Chi-Yu's temperament. In the past, Chi-Yu was like an unsheathed, sharp blade to them, ready to launch a powerful attack at any time. However, the current Chi-Yu was nothing in their eyes. It felt as if he was no different from an ordinary person, but his eyes were unusually clear, as if he could see through everything in their hearts. The appearance of Chi-Yu also caused a drastic change in the members of the Zodiac squad. The moment he appeared, all the members of the Zodiac squad straightened their bodies at the same time and lined up neatly according to the 12 squads they belonged to. Their eyes were completely focused on Chi-Yu. Shen Zhua, Luo Zhangxin, Su Ziyuan, and Zhou Tianlu. The 4 patriarchs who represented the 4 major clans stepped forward at the same time and bowed to Chi-Yu. Although the 4 great families were unwilling to acknowledge the dominant position of the Zodiac guardian god. However, they also knew that the 4 major families were no longer a match for the Zodiac warriors who had grown up. Although they did not learn any information about the Zodiac army from the members of the Zodiac squad, they could imagine how powerful Chi-Yu and his Zodiac warriors were based on the progress of their own clansmen. Seniors, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Please come inside. Since you're a member of the Zodiac, shouldn't you take the initiative to greet your relatives? Make yourself at home. After saying this, Chi-Yu gestured to the 4 patriarchs and led them inside. Under his command, the members of the Zodiac squad finally let go of their shackles and went to reunite with their loved ones. Chi-Yu returned to the villa with the 4 patriarchs and the 12 Zodiac guardian god warriors. Su Ziyuan, the patriarch of the Su family, looked at his grandson with a strange expression on his face. The emotions of the other 3 patriarchs also seemed to be a little unstable. None of this escaped Chi-Yu's mental strength. Obviously, they had a purpose for coming to find him this time. When they came to the hall of the villa, everyone took their seats. Chi-Yu said with a smile, "Seniors, this time, it was thanks to you that you were able to resist Chiyo's attack and prevent him from attacking the capital. I thank you in advance." Shen Zhua said calmly, "This is what we should do. We are also the guardians of the East. It's just that this time, our losses are indeed a little too great. A large number of talents of the 4 great families have lost their lives in the battle with that monster. This time, more than 2/3 of the people we brought with us have died." Speaking up to this point, his expression obviously became a lot more gloomy, and his eyes were slightly red. At the side, the Luo family patriarch, Luo Changxin, suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Chi, what did you say just now? That monster is Chi-Yu? Could it be the legendary?" Chi-Yu nodded and said, "Yes, he is the legendary demon god Chi-Yu, the Chi-Yu who fought with our human ancestor, Huang Emperor. Although I'm not too sure how he could really come to this world, I can completely confirm his identity. The 4 great families have suffered heavy losses this time, but by being able to hold Chi-Yu back, you have already made the greatest contribution to the protection of Yan Huang." The 4 patriarchs looked at each other and were shocked at the same time. The shock that Chi-Yu brought to them was too great. That was a power that could not be stopped at all. If not for the fact that Chi-Yu himself did not seem to be in a hurry to advance, perhaps they would have all died. At this time, when Chi-Yu told them about Chiyo's identity, they were not only surprised by this, but also by the strength of the Zodiac warriors. From the time they left to the end of the battle, it had not been a long time. And since Chi-Yu could sit here and talk to them, it was obvious that he had defeated Chi-Yu. Who was that? An ancient demon god. And Chi-Yu and the rest did not seem to have expended much energy to destroy the ancient demon god. How much power was needed to achieve this? In an instant, the 4 patriarchs could not help but reevaluate the strength of Chi-Yu and the Zodiac guardian god warriors. Shen Zhua hesitated for a while before saying, "Mr. Chi, we have come this time because we haven't seen you for a long time and wanted to see you. At the same time, we also have a request, and we hope that you can agree to it." Strength represented everything. Therefore, although Chi-Yu was much younger than them, Shen Zhua still used honorifics subconsciously. Chi-Yu thought to himself, "Here it comes." On the surface, he said without batting an eyelid, "If Patriarch Shin has something to say, just say it. If I can do it, I will definitely do my best to help you." This time, the four great clans did not cherish their own strength to fight against Chiyu, which made Chiyu's impression of them a lot better than before. Shinjwa said, "It's like this. Right now, our four great clans have suffered a lot of damage, and our elites of the younger generation are all here with you. You see, can you let them go back with us? Although our original agreement was 5 years, but with the strength of you and the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors, it seems that we do not lack their strength. However, our four great clans urgently need them to return." Chiyu smiled slightly. "So it's like this. There's nothing wrong with this. However, I want to ask the four seniors first. Do you understand the current situation of the world? Don't you think it's strange? Why hasn't the sun appeared for a long time?" Zhou, Tianlu frowned. "We have already heard about it. It seems to be caused by the special astronomical phenomenon of the 9-star alignment. The explanation given by the country is that it will still take a period of time for this kind of astronomical phenomenon to pass. Isn't it?" Chiyu said, "In a sense, it is like this. However, I'm afraid you still do not understand what the 9-star alignment has truly brought. You have also seen it." Chiyu suddenly appeared. "He is the crisis that the 9-star alignment has brought to our east. However, this is not all. Right now it is in the west. The legendary Hell and Underworld have descended at the same time. The Burning Hell Legion's 3 million strong army is wreaking havoc in the west, and I'm afraid it won't take long. After they conquer the west, they will develop towards our east." Although Chiyu said it very calmly, when these words came out, the four patriarchs' expressions changed greatly. Shanjua was the first to speak. "No, this is impossible. There is no hell or underworld in this world." Chiyu looked at him with a burning gaze, saying, "If you really didn't see it, do you believe that there is a Kirin in this world? However, the truth is in front of you. If you don't believe it, feel free to ask the youths of your respective clans. We just had a great battle with them in the west and rushed back to deal with Chiyu. Otherwise, there would be no need for the four great clans to resist Chiyu's attack." The four patriarchs looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Chiyu continued, "In the west there are also protectors, and their strength is not ordinary. They are the Vatican and the Greek protectors. They are now united to fight against the dark forces of the underworld and hell. However, I'm afraid they can't resist for too long. We, the East, will face a great crisis at any time. In this kind of situation, what we need to do is to think of ways to improve our strength and be ready to deal with the enemy at any time. Those who are not of our race will certainly have different intentions. This is not a battle between the various countries of our Earth. It is a direct violation of our race. If we can't unite when the enemy comes, then the result is obvious. The strength of your four great clans has been damaged this time, and at the same time you have seen the strength of our 12 Zodiac squad. I can understand your feelings if you want them to go back. However, since the original 5-year agreement has been established, it cannot be violated. Patriarchs, let's not beat around the bush. Before you came, I have already asked your clansmen, who are the warriors of our 12 Zodiac squad. If they are willing to leave, I will not stop them. However, they have already made up their minds. For the sake of Earth, for the sake of Yan Huang, they will stay by my side and fight with me. I have already asked the military to send people over. In a while, they will be sent back to their respective clans to reunite with their families for 3 days. After that, they will return to fight with me. Let's do it this way. I know your difficulties as well. Within 3 days, if you can convince them to stay in your respective clans, I will not stop you. Otherwise, please do not make the same request for the next 5 years. I dare not promise anything else, but as long as I am alive, I will do my best to ensure their safety. When all the danger is over, it will be time for them to return to their respective clans. At that time, Even if only one of your clans survives, the benefits to your respective clans will be unimaginable. Chi Yu did not beat around the bush, because he did not want to waste any more time. Everything depended on the 4 great clans themselves. At the same time, it also depended on the determination of the Zodiac warriors themselves. Shen Zhuo nodded and said, Mr. Qi, thank you for telling us this. Our 4 great clans are not people who do not know the severity of the situation. If what you said is true, I, Shen Zhuo, am willing to lay down my old bones and accompany you to fight at the front lines. As long as the enemy comes, our Shen family will definitely not sit idly by. Hearing Shen Zhuo's words, the other 3 clan leaders nodded in agreement. Qi Yu stood up and said, The 4 great clans do not need to do anything else. I only hope that you can raise your strength as much as possible. Right now, I cannot help you with anything. Time is of the essence, so please return to your respective clans with your clansmen. If we cannot withstand the enemy's attack, then you will be Yan Huang's last line of defense. Su Ziyuan, who had not spoken all this while, suddenly spoke. Qi Yu, are the enemies you speak of really so strong? Could it be that our modern weapons are useless against them? Qi Yu sighed and said, You can say that, although it cannot be said that modern weapons are completely useless. But the effect is pitifully small. For super experts like the Devil King of Hell, Satan, and the Underworld King of the Underworld, even if you throw 10 nuclear bombs over, it will not have any effect. Moreover, the previous asteroid incident has already consumed a large number of nuclear weapons of the various countries on Earth. Su Ziyuan nodded and turned his gaze to Su Dong at the side. Dong Dong, you go back with me too. Su Dong was taken aback and said, Grandfather, I will forget about it. I will still stay. Moreover, I still need to continue cultivating. Su Ziyuan frowned slightly and said, No, you have to go back with me. After 3 days, you can return with the others. Su Dong turned his gaze to Qi Yu. There was a questioning light in his eyes. Qi Yu nodded and said, Go back. Not only you, but the others should also go home. 3 days. Perhaps to us, these are the last 3 days of our lives. 3 days later, our fate no longer belongs to us. In these 3 days, everyone should try to reunite with their families as much as possible. At this moment, a loud rumble suddenly came from outside. Without needing to look, Qi Yu's spirit power already told him what was coming. He thought to himself, The military is really efficient, they are already here. Let's go, everyone, let's go out. When the 4 family heads followed behind Qi Yu and the 12 Zodiac guardian god warriors out of the villa, they were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. A total of 20 armed helicopters appeared in the sky above the Dragon Field courtyard with the rumbling of their engines. A long rope fell from the leading helicopter. A middle-aged man with a military rank of 23 quickly slid down from the helicopter and arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Excuse me, who is Mr. Qi Yu? The middle-aged colonel asked politely. Qi Yu took a few steps forward and said, I am. He was still some distance away from the officer, but his voice was unusually clear to the officer's ears. The officer turned to look at Qi Yu, but when he saw Qi Yu for the first time, his eyes clearly showed a bit of surprise, but quickly returned to normal. His body instantly straightened up, and he gave a standard military salute to Qi Yu. Hello, General Qi. Commander Mao Yu of the 38th Division, reporting for duty. General? Qi Yu frowned, thinking to himself, Did I hear wrong? When did I become general? Mao Yu said respectfully, Yes, you are general. This is the name that the president just gave you. According to the president's direct order, you have been promoted to general as an exception. The conferring ceremony will be held after. General Qi, please give the order. Qi Yu couldn't help but feel a bit amused. He was a young man in his 20s, yet he was directly promoted to general. The president of the Yellow Emperor was really generous. Now he was at the same level as his father-in-law, General Ji. Although to him, these titles didn't mean much. However, the importance of the country still made him feel warm in his heart. He understood that the country also knew that he didn't lack anything. He didn't know where to start even if they wanted to reward him, so they could only give him a title. All right, Leader Mao, my order is for you to send them to the location they have designated. After 3 days, bring them back here. Yes, Chief. Mao, you replied loudly. At this time, hundreds of soldiers had already disembarked from the armed helicopters, neatly lined up behind Mao Yu. The 4 family heads beside Chi Yu were already stunned, unable to react even after they had boarded the armed helicopters with their clansmen. Su Dong sat beside Su Ziyuan and said in a low voice, "Grandpa, why do you have to let me go back with you? Did something happen in the family?" Su Ziyuan suddenly laughed. "It's nothing. Nothing happened in the family. Dong Dong, you have to work hard with Chi Yu in the future. Don't embarrass the Su family." Ha! Looking at his grandfather's inexplicable laughter, Su Dong couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. But out of respect, he didn't ask any more questions. Su Ziyuan laughed. "You don't know that our Su family is only at the middle level among the 4 major families. But now it's different. The other 3 major families all have to look at us differently. And the reason is because of you. As one of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, you have brought great honor to the Su family. This time, I only want you to go back with me for one thing. I have already decided that after this 9-star alignment is over, you will be the new family head of the Su family. I'm old, and it's time for me to rest. It's not a good thing to hold on to power all the time." "Huh. Grandpa, you want me to be the family head? Did I hear that right? I still have father, uncles, and uncles above me. Will they all agree? This doesn't seem to be in line with the family rules." Su Ziyuan snorted and said, "Family rules? The family head has the right to change some of the family rules. Strength is the most important thing. In our Su family, I'm afraid that even I am no longer a match for you. If we want our Su family to develop better and become stronger, we need a strong leader. And you fit the bill. Although you used to be a little playful, you're now qualified to be the family head. You don't need to say anything more. Don't worry, no one in the family will object." Su Dong frowned and said, "But Grandpa, I don't want to be the family head. If that's the case, what about my freedom in the future?" Su Ziyuan snorted and said, "You are already the family head. What freedom do you still want? Is there anyone who can control you? As the family head, you have the power to decide life and death within the family, and you can allocate all the resources within the family. At that time, no one will stop you from doing whatever you want. Don't you understand? Our family's business and some other affairs are handled by other people. The family head is the one with the most leisure time." In the past, Su Dong was not favored in the Su family, mainly because he did not work hard, at least in the eyes of the other members of the Su family. But now he was completely different. He was one of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. In the battle at Tianxiang Mountain, he had fully displayed his great strength. Although Su Ziyuan only found out that the Zodiac Tiger Warrior was his grandson after a long time, the news that the Su family received from the country told them how important the Zodiac Tiger Warriors were in Yanhuang now. This could be seen from the fact that Chi Yu had become a general of the country. What rank was a general? There were a total of 7 military regions in Yanhuang, and among the 7, only 3 of the military regions had commanders and political commissars who were generals. The rest were only lieutenant generals. Such a rank was enough to reach the central position. Su Ziyuan was definitely a scheming person. He naturally understood that for a family to continue to develop, they had to have a good relationship with the country. Although Su Dong's strength was an important reason for him to be chosen as the family head, at the same time it was also because he was one of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. The Zodiac Guardian Warriors had an irreplaceable position in Yanhuang. As long as Su Dong was around, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors would not sit idly by if the Su family encountered any problems in the future. At least, That was what Su Ziyuan thought. Chapter 339. Su Ziyuan laughed and scolded. You little bastard. I let you be the patriarch, but you still want to talk about conditions with me. Don't you know how many people in the family want to sit in this position? Su Dong smiled and said, That's their business. It has nothing to do with me. Power is precious. But for me, the value of freedom is higher. If I don't even have freedom, how can I go out and pick up beautiful girls in the future? I accidentally blurted out the truth. Su Ziyuan was about to reprimand Su Dong, but suddenly a huge pressure suddenly appeared. This sudden pressure completely shrouded a narrow area, including Su Dong and Su Ziyuan. Su Dong didn't have any reaction, but Su Ziyuan's face suddenly changed because he clearly felt that this huge pressure was enough to threaten his life, and he didn't even have the possibility to resist. What did you say? You still want to pick up girls? A black figure quietly appeared beside Su Dong, and a white and slender hand had already grabbed Su Dong's ear. The pressure was instantly transferred, and it was completely released on Su Dong, which made Su Ziyuan relieved. He fixed his eyes and saw a girl in black sitting beside Su Dong. The terrifying aura was released from her body, and her long black hair was scattered behind her back. Her delicate face, which was like porcelain, looked so attractive. What left the deepest impression was her pair of ruby-like eyes. The sparkling and translucent red light easily caused people to tremble. Although she was very beautiful, she was absolutely not someone who dared to approach. Ah, Su Dong screamed. Don't, Jingjing, I just said it casually. It just means that I want freedom. Don't misunderstand. In front of my grandfather, can you give me some face? Su Ziyuan looked at Su Dong and the girl in black, dumbfounded. And for a moment, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak, because he really couldn't see how this girl in black appeared. Jingjing angrily let go of her hand. When she turned her head to face Su Ziyuan, there was a soft smile on her pretty face, and she said politely and respectfully, Hello, Grandpa. My name is Mo Jing. Did I scare you just now? I'm really sorry. Su Ziyuan said in a daze, Su Dong she is? Su Dong swallowed his saliva, feeling Mo Jing's threatening gaze, and said helplessly, Grandpa, she is my fiancée. I haven't had time to report to you yet. Mo Jing then turned her eyes to Su Ziyuan with satisfaction. Her pretty face already showed a pitiful look, Grandpa. Su Dong is a playboy. You must uphold justice for me. For some reason, Su Ziyuan suddenly felt that the girl in front of him was very amiable. He subconsciously said, No problem. With Grandpa here, he definitely won't be a playboy again. From now on, I'll leave him to you. If he dares to do anything wrong to you, I'll leave him to you. Do whatever you want. Su Dong looked at his grandfather helplessly and thought to himself, It's over. I can't change my name in the future. Beautiful sisters, I will have nothing to do with you in the future. It seems that I don't need my reputation as a lecherous tiger. Seeing Mo Jing chatting with Su Ziyuan cordially, Su Dong could only smile apologetically and listen. Su Ziyuan was a very shrewd person, although he didn't know what the relationship between Su Dong and Mo Jing was. However, he clearly felt the pressure released by Mo Jing when she first appeared. It would be a waste if he didn't have such a powerful granddaughter-in-law. With her and Su Dong, it was impossible. In the future, the Su family would definitely be the leader of the four families. Mo Jing was naturally the Mo Jing tiger. After she could transform into a human form, her appearance could even be compared with that of Ruyue and Mingming. In the face of such a beauty, how could Su Dong let it go? This time he was really tempted. Mo Jing was not only his master, but also his lover. However, as a tigress, Mo Jing was extremely jealous. This time, Su Dong really experienced what was called the grave of love. One must know that although Mo Jing's strength was not as good as his, the difference was not too big. After all, she was a tigress who had cultivated for 20,000 years. When the black and white tigers joined forces, their strength would definitely increase exponentially. The Su family left. The Luo family and the Zhou family also went to their own family's residence. Only the Shen family stayed. The Shen family's foundation was in the capital. Here, they didn't need others to pick them up. When the 4 families came before, they took the Shen family's car. The 12 Zodiac teams and the Zodiac Guardian God warriors left at once, making the Dragon Field courtyard seem a lot more deserted. Shen Zhua stood beside Qiyu and said, "Mr. Qi, I'm really sorry about the past. About Shen Yan, Qiyu shook his head and said, "There's no need to talk about the past. I know that Shen Yan's matter doesn't have much to do with your Shen family. However, if I deal with her in the future, I hope that the Shen family won't get involved." Shen Zhua sighed and said, "I also found out later that she wasn't my biological granddaughter. Before she left me a letter. She told me some things. At that time, it was the Greeks who secretly brought her to the Shen family and helped her change her appearance since she was young. As for my original granddaughter, I don't know where they took her to. Speaking of which, we also have to find the Greeks to settle accounts with. It's just that we know that our strength is not enough. Mr. Qi, if it's possible in the future, I hope you can help us seek justice." Qiyu looked at Shen Zhua with some surprise and said, "You mean when Shen Yun came to the Shen family, your real granddaughter was stolen by the Greeks?" Shen Zhua nodded and said, "Otherwise, how could we be easily fooled? These Greeks are really cunning." As Shen Yun grew, they were able to help her change her appearance. No one in the family had discovered this. Just this fact alone was shocking enough. "Sai, looks like our so-called 4 great clans are really nothing. Mr. Qi, I know that we have wronged you in the past. We were blinded by greed, but now I can represent the Shen family and stand on the same side with you. I hope that you will not look at us with hatred, okay?" Qiyu smiled faintly and said, "Shen family head, it is better for you to be straightforward. Call me by my name. I'm really not used to being called Mr. Like I said, the past is in the past. There was no need to mention the past. No matter what you did in the past, at least you didn't do anything wrong now. Back then, since I've decided to help the 4 great clans train a batch of youths, I no longer bear any grudges against you. After all, you are also a part of Yan Huang. We all have the blood of Yen and Huang flowing in our veins. We are all descendants of Yen and Huang. This point will never change." After getting Qiyu's promise, Shen Zhua heaved a huge sigh of relief, and a look of gratification appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to say some words of gratitude, suddenly, an exclamation came from the Shen family. It attracted the gazes of Qiyu and Shen Zhua. A middle-aged, beautiful woman from the Shen family suddenly rushed out from the crowd, and almost in the blink of an eye, she was in front of the plant soul. Her body was trembling violently. She opened her arms and actually hugged the plant soul. "My child!" The sobbing caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. The plant soul subconsciously took a step back in shock, and a layer of faint green light blocked the middle-aged, beautiful woman outside. She could feel that the other party did not have any ill intentions, so she did not hurt her. "Qi, you always had a special feeling towards the plant soul. Perhaps it was because of the source of nature, or perhaps it was because the plant soul had expressed very clear feelings towards him. Unknowingly, he had long regarded the plant soul as a family member. Seeing that she was suddenly attacked, although he knew that nothing would happen, he still took a step and his figure flashed to the side of the plant soul. The plant soul looked a little panicked. Qiyu asked in surprise, "What's going on?" A layer of faint green light emitted from Qiyu's body, producing a repulsive energy that blocked the middle-aged, beautiful woman outside. The plant soul said blankly, "I don't know what's going on either. She seemed to have been looking at me just now and suddenly pounced at me. It scared me." At this moment, Shen Zhua had already rushed over. He grabbed the middle-aged, beautiful woman and asked, "Luo Wing, what's going on?" The middle-aged, beautiful woman called Luo Ying's pretty face had already become extremely pale. Her lips were trembling slightly, and her pair of beautiful big eyes were sparkling with tears. Father-in-law, she has our aura on her. I wouldn't mistake her for someone else. Shin Zhuo's eyes widened in shock. His gaze also fell on the plant soul, and he muttered to himself, "It can't be such a coincidence, right?" Qi Yu's gaze also fell on the middle-aged, beautiful woman. Looking at her, he did not know why, but his heart produced a somewhat familiar feeling. "Shin family head, what's going on?" Shen Zhuo smiled bitterly and said, "Qiyu Luoying is Xin Yun's mother. Do you remember what I told you just now? Xin Yun is not Luo Ying's daughter, and Luo Ying's real daughter was exchanged by those Greeks when she was born. We only found out about this matter when Xin Yun left. In the past, Xin Yun had always hidden herself very deeply. Furthermore, her special ability could be ranked in the top few in the family. That soul storm ability could easily confuse people. Perhaps this was also one of the reasons why she had never been discovered. My son did not come this time and is overseeing the family. Luo Ying is a child of the Luo family, and for the sake of the relationship between our two families, she married into the Xin family. She said that this friend of yours has the aura of her and my son. This kind of explanation, there is probably only one. However, this is too much of a coincidence. Perhaps you don't believe it, and even I find it hard to believe that this is the truth. However, Luo Ying's judgment of energy aura has always been very accurate. From this point, it is unlikely that she is wrong. Qiyu, can you let Luo Ying see your friend? Qiyu turned his head and looked at the plant soul. At this moment, the plant soul's face had already become as pale as Luo Ying's. She had been an orphan since she was young, and was picked up by the Yan Huang soul. All along, she had lived in the Yan Huang soul. At this moment, she suddenly saw a woman running out, and from the other party's words, it seemed that this woman was actually her mother. However, was this really the truth? It was too hard for her to accept. 20 years had passed. She had never expected anything, and had suddenly appeared in front of her. It was hard for the plant soul to accept. Qiyu said in a low voice, "Luo Ying, or should I call you Auntie? Can you tell me if your biological daughter is still alive? How old would she be this year?" Luo Ying almost could not wait to blurt out, "If she is still alive, she should be 21 this year." Qiyu nodded and said, "That's not very likely. She is a plant soul from the Yan Huang soul. She has lived in the Yan Huang soul since young. Although she looks like a young girl in her 20s, her real age should be less than that. I'm afraid you have mistaken her for someone else." The plant soul's body had only grown rapidly after he had injected the plant energy into it. In the past, the plant soul had always looked like 15 or 16 years old. Judging from her age, she was obviously not the lost daughter of the Shen family. Luo Ying's eyes were filled with disappointment, but she was still unwilling. "No, it can't be. I can't be wrong. Her aura is the same as Ming Ming's and my father's. When I was pregnant with her, I even told her father about it. Because I have water attribute energy, and her father has plant attribute energy. With water to nourish plants, our child will definitely become a mutant in the future. This is also one of the reasons why the Shen family and the Luo family are connected by marriage. But later, after my child was swapped, she hid herself too well. Her psionic storm ability was very difficult for me to understand. But at that time, I thought that Xinyan was my daughter. As a mother, how could I doubt my daughter too much? But, Mr. Qi, if I'm not wrong, this lady's ability must be plant attribute, right?" Qiyu frowned. At that moment, the plant soul had already walked in front of him. Her eyes were glistening with tears. She reached into her pocket and took out the necklace that she had been hiding on her body and handed it to Qiyu. Qiyu took the necklace and looked at it. The necklace was very simple. There was a line of date written on it. The year, month, and day were very clear. That was about 21 years ago. In an instant, his heart was shaken. The date was so coincidental. And before today, the Shun family could not have seen the plant soul. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? Plant soul. Chi Yu subconsciously grabbed her hand. Her little hand was very cold, so cold that it made one's heart ache. But at that moment, her delicate body was still trembling. It was not only the plant soul's body that was trembling. At the same time, her voice was also trembling. Big Brother Chiyu, in the past, my body was always bound by a special energy. From a very young age, I lost the ability to speak, and even my body's growth was much slower than ordinary people's. At that time, I did not understand what was going on. After the Yen Huang Soul's comrades and leaders examined me, they all said that my body was sealed by a special energy. Then, it was you who broke this seal and gave me back my original appearance, allowing me to regain my ability to speak and my original appearance. Big Brother Chiyu, I never had the chance to tell you all this. They are probably really. Just as the plant soul said this, Luo Ying had already pounced on him with a cry of grief. This time, there was no energy that could stop her body, nor would there be any energy that could stop her. The mother and daughter instantly hugged each other, sobbing. It was unknown whether it was more sadness or excitement after the reunion. Chi Yu held the necklace of time tightly in his hand. The faint cold air gradually became stronger. Mephistopheles, you are so despicable. In order to let Yuyun live in the Shen family, you actually destroyed an originally happy family. You made the plant soul suffer so much pain. You took away her ability to speak, and even restricted her body's growth, afraid that her things would be discovered by others. Mephistopheles, this time in the battle in the West, you must not die. When we meet again, I will definitely seek justice for the plant soul. The Shun family left. They also took the plant soul away. Although the plant soul was reluctant to leave Chiyu, she was also reluctant to leave her mother, who she had just met, and hoped to see her other relatives again. Under Chiyu's consolation, she decided to go back to the Shun family first. After all, the Shin family was also in the capital not far away. The 12 Zodiac teams all went home. The Zodiac guardian gods also left separately. At this time, the Dragon Field courtyard became a little deserted. There were only 4 people left: Chiyu, Snow Girl, Ruyue, and Shangbing. This was Ryue's home, and Snow Girl and Shangbing were homeless. Naturally, they stayed. As for Mingming, Chiyu also let her go home to accompany her mother. After all, she had not been home for a long time. Let's go. Chiyu smiled and looked at the 3 women. His eyes were full of soft light. Ryue said, "Where are we going?" At this time, if one had to say that she was in a heavy mood, she was obviously the most obvious. The potential threat brought by the Bull Demon King had always made her deeply worried. Chi Yu looked very relaxed. Perhaps he was really relaxed, but that was completely the mentality he forced himself to maintain in order to better deal with the Bull Demon King. He let everyone leave, and even stopped practicing. This was the first time such a situation had happened when he was in danger. It was obvious that he was not optimistic about the battle with the Bull Demon King. Chiyu said, "Where else can we go?" "To see your in-laws, of course. I have been away for so long. These 3 days are for everyone's holiday and also for myself." While saying that, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. As he said that, he took out his satellite phone and dialed his father, Qi Tianlei's number. The phone was quickly connected, and Qi Tianlei's angry voice came from the phone. "Chiyu, you brat, you still know how to call. How long has it been? You're really elusive." Before Qi Tianlei could finish, the phone was snatched by Ying Xiaodai. "Son, where are you? When are you coming back? Mom misses you so much." Hearing his mother's voice, as the king of the Zodiac, as the strongest man in the world, Chi Yu's eyes became moist. Yes, no matter when, the feeling of home was irreplaceable by anything else. Fatherly love and motherly love were the most selfless love in the world. Chi Yu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "Mom, I will go home now. You and Dad wait for me at home. I will bring Ryue, Snow Girl, and Shangbing back. We will be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Chiyu realized that he seemed to be choking on his words. He turned around and looked at the three women. None of them made fun of Chiyu. Ryue, Snow Girl, and the shrewish Shangbing walked up to him almost at the same time. Looking at the three women in front of him, Chiyu's eyes suddenly became misty. If there are no enemies, it would be a wonderful thing. He had parents, a sister, and so many confidants. As a man, what could he not be satisfied with? "Come, let's go home." With an excited shout, Chiyu opened his arms and hugged all three women. The huge energy made his body soar like a rocket, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared. In the suburbs of Berlin, green flames, like flowing mercury, swelled and rushed towards all the obstacles in front of them. Berlin, the modern industrial city, was already in front of the burning legion. 12 huge blood-colored wings made Satan's body look very obvious in the air. Hades, the king of the underworld, whose body was emitting a gray aura, followed him. At this time, the entire burning legion was emitting a bloodthirsty aura. The obstacles that had been blocking them for many days had finally disappeared. Even Satan and Hades found it hard to believe that the obstacles would disappear so easily. Just today, after Hades and Satan's injuries had healed, they even had the feeling of retreating. After all, the shock brought to them by the Zodiac army was too strong. This feeling of being almost irresistible gradually caused their confidence to crumble. At this moment, when Satan released his mental power to probe the other party's situation, he was shocked to discover that the aura of the Zodiac army, which had caused them to fall into danger, had completely disappeared. After discovering this situation, Satan's first reaction was that it was a trap set by Chiyu. However, even though they knew it was a trap, it was full of temptation. Satan and Hades only endured it for an hour because of the opportunity to have a good feeling. When the Burning Legion's army reappeared on the battlefield, they were greeted by only the Holy Legion of the Vatican and the Greek Guardians who had rushed over. Although the energy of the Greek Guardians was also strong, compared to the Zodiac army that had caused too much damage to the Burning Legion, they were far inferior. Even if the Greek Guardians could stop the powerhouses of the underworld from advancing, there were still more than 2 million Burning Legion soldiers, like a steel torrent. They broke through their barrier in an instant. The long-range destructive weapons of the European Union coalition forces burst out at the same time, and those silver weapons began to attack the Burning Legion without reservation. However, at this moment, there was no one who could stop the Burning Legion from advancing. Just Lucifer alone was enough to block all the powerhouses of the Sacred Army, and Satan's defensive energy couldn't be destroyed by any modern weapon. When Pope Marty faced the Burning Legion's charge for the first time, he finally understood what the Zodiac army had blocked for them. There was almost no suspense. The Holy Legion was completely dispersed, and the Greek Guardians were completely surrounded by the underworld generals, led by Hades. The situation of the entire battlefield was almost without suspense in an instant. The battle did not last too long, and this was also the first time Satan fought in high spirits since he came to Earth. All the enemies were wiped out in an instant. When the Burning Legion attacked the city of Berlin at this time, the defense of the Vatican and the Greek Guardians had completely collapsed. At the last moment, it was Yamu and the Pope who used the artifact in their hands to bring the remaining forces of the Vatican and the Greek Guardians away from the battlefield. They had lost the opportunity to stop the enemy. Even if Yamu wanted to burn her own life, she could not succeed. They all understood one thing in this one-sided battle: the only ones who could really resist hell and the underworld. Only the powerhouses from the east. After understanding how strong the resistance Chi-Yu had led the Zodiac army to resist at this moment, their reverence for the east became even deeper. Satan and Hades did not chase after the Vatican and the Greek Guardians because they could not wait to occupy this world. It was not easy for Chi-Yu to leave, and both the Burning Legion and the underworld generals needed to be replenished. Food was the most important thing. What was their food? There was only one answer: humans. The Western world turned into a sea of blood the moment the Burning Legion broke through the obstacles. All the countries in Europe were in a state of emergency at the same time. However, even if they gathered all their troops, they could only gradually slow down the Burning Legion in the process of dying. The destruction of the West seemed to be destined under the cover of the 9-star alignment. Miss Yamu, what should we do now? Marty's face was pale as he looked at Yamu, who also did not look well. Their clothes were already torn and stained with blood. The previous battle had brought them far too much pain. The Sacred Legion only had 4 red-robed archbishops and some relatively strong powerhouses left. The rest had already been destroyed. The Sacred Legion, which had 10,000 people, was no different from paper in front of the Burning Legion, which had millions of people. That massive amount of dark energy wasn't something they could resist. Even if Pope Marty and the 4 red-robed archbishops worked together to suppress Lucifer and even seriously injure him, they could not change the overall situation of the battlefield. They had lost, and it was a crushing defeat. They did not need to hear or see to know that the Western world was in a terrible state. Red-robed Archbishop Paul Gasol snorted angrily and said, "It's all because of that Easterner, Chiu. If they had not left, today's situation would not have happened." Yu Yun, who was not far from him, looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Don't blame others if you can't do it yourself. If it wasn't for the East, he would not have chosen to leave. Chi Yu is a very nationalistic person. He loves his country very much. When his country is in trouble, can we still hope that he will abandon his country to help us? Who here can do this? Since we can't do it, let's not blame others. Let's find the reason from ourselves. If we were as strong as them, this situation would not have happened. Paul Gasol snorted coldly and said, "I've long heard that you have an affair with Chi Yu. Didn't you try to harm him back then? Why are you speaking up for him now?" Hearing this, Yu Yun's expression changed. Just as he was about to explode, he heard Yamu say in a low voice, "Enough." A formless pressure was released from her body, causing Gasol's aura to dim. In the previous battle, Yamu had fully displayed her strength. At the very least, her strength was a level higher than Marty's. Even Hades, the Nether King, would not be able to defeat her in a short period of time. Now is not the time to talk about this. Your Holiness, I see that we have no other choice. There is no benefit for us to continue staying in the West. Unless Chi Yu can rush back in time, nothing will change. He has already left for a few days. If he could come back, he would have returned long ago. Now, all we can do is cut off our means of retreat. At this point, Yamu's gaze became unusually firm. Marty's expression changed, and he cried out involuntarily, You mean to give up on the West? But how can we do that? The Vatican's foundation was in the West. If the West were to be destroyed, the impact on the Vatican would be unparalleled. Even if they could wipe out the netherworld and hell in the future, their status would probably plummet. After all, who would believe in a religion that could not protect themselves? Moreover, hell had descended on the human world this time. Chapter 340. Marty's expression kept changing. He had to admit that Yamu's decision was the right one. Without Chi Yu and his Zodiac army, they would not have been able to obtain the final victory. If they could solve the problem quickly, the West might not have suffered too much by the time they got back. Thinking of this, Marty was tempted. After all, if they were the only ones who stayed, they would not be able to do anything. He sighed and said, All right, even if I become the greatest sinner in the history of the Vatican, I have no choice but to do this. Miss Yamu, I am willing to lead the Vatican and follow you to the East. But how are we going to go there now? They did not have the flying ability of the golden-winged eagle, or Chi Yu. The West and the East were separated by oceans. It was not easy to go there. Yamu said, Let's find the nearest airport first. The Burning Legion has not attacked here yet. We have no choice but to commandeer a plane. I am only in the West now. It would be best if the crisis in the east is not too difficult to deal with. A faint light surrounded the thick body. The dark red air flow gradually turned green and white. The two lights alternated. At this moment, the Bull Demon King's body looked no different from an ordinary human. If it was not for the large horns on his head, no one would treat him as an alien, even if he walked into the human world. At this moment, Old Bull was about 2 meters tall. He was about 2 meters tall, and his originally ferocious face had become much more handsome. There was even a hint of fortitude that could only be seen on soldiers on his face. Every time the greenish-white light flashed, his aura would become a little stronger. At this moment, the energy on his body had become more and more powerful. Even he himself was unable to sense the extent of his own energy. He seemed to have vaguely felt the mysteries of the universe. He could feel the vast and surging energy in the universe. He knew he had surpassed the energy intensity of this world and reached an unprecedented realm. The light slowly faded. Bull Demon King had a strange look in his eyes. "Chiyu, oh Chiyu, I didn't expect your energy to be so pure. Actually, if you try your best to change a little, perhaps it will be very difficult for me to destroy you. Now, I've already taken advantage of your energy. What a pity. Your spiritual imprint and soul have already been devoured by me, so you don't need to thank me. Ha!" A white light rose in front of the Bull Demon King, and the Pango axe had shrunk to the size of a human axe. Not only did the greenish-white light show its sharpness, but it also showed the special aura of a super offensive divine weapon. No one dared to ignore its powerful energy. Even the Bull Demon King was no exception. The clear sky pagoda floated beside the Pango axe. The energy radiance on the tower was like a ring, flickering rhythmically. The Bull Demon King laughed. "Why, Axe Soul, Tower Spirit, have you sensed my aura?" He was right. Your feelings are not wrong. How laughable that Chiyu actually thought that I couldn't use you guys. But how would they know that you don't reject my aura at all? What a pity, what a pity. If the Shenyuan sword didn't reject my aura and felt my real life imprint, I would have left Chiyu a long time ago. Chiyu, how are your preparations going? When I completely refine the Pango axe and the clear sky pagoda, it will be the moment of our decisive battle. I hope you won't let me down. 2 beams of white light suddenly bloomed at the same time, falling on the left and right hands of the Bull Demon King. The dark red light and the greenish-white light on his body disappeared at the same time, and a layer of gray energy light covered the 2 divine weapons in an instant. The huge energy was constantly fluctuating, and every time it fluctuated, it would produce a special kind of energy aura. In this unknown cave, it constantly expanded and contracted. Even if Chiyu was standing here, he could not feel what kind of changes had happened to the energy of the Bull Demon King inside the gray energy cover. 3 days passed by quickly. In these 3 days, Chiyu did nothing. He did not cultivate, nor did he think about how to deal with the Bull Demon King. It had been 3 days, and all he did was accompany his parents and sister. He was always with them. After the 9-star alignment appeared, the Golden Valley Group had temporarily suspended operations. The company's employees went home to rest and wait for the notice to go back to work. Golden Valley Group had always been generous to its employees. Although they had suspended operations this time because it was an unavoidable factor of nature, Chi Tianlei had specially decided to pay all the employees during their vacation. Just this point alone was enough to show the boldness of a large international company. Since he had reunited with his parents, this was the first time that Chiyu had completely put down all the burdens in his heart to accompany his parents and sister, coupled with the company of his 3 confidants. These 3 days, he could be said to have lived like an immortal. Only by putting aside all the worries in his heart could he truly feel the feeling of relaxation. Unfortunately, under the effect of the 9-star alignment, Chiyu did not feel the warmth of the sun. Otherwise, all of this would have been even more perfect. "Dad, Mom, Ying, we have to go. Chi stood in front of his parents and sister, smiling as he bade them farewell. On the surface, Chi Tianlei and his wife did not see anything different about him. Chi Tianlei said, "The situation outside is very chaotic now. I'm really worried. The sun still hasn't appeared. If this continues, I'm afraid Earth will be affected more and more. Besides, I heard that the West is not very peaceful. Fortunately, nothing has happened in Yanhuang. No matter what you do, you must put your own safety first. Don't forget, we only have you as our son. I don't want to see you die before me." Chi Yu smiled and nodded. "Dad, don't worry. I will." Would he really? Only the heavens would know. As a man, many times there were many things that could not be done with reason alone. There were some things that one knew were impossible. He had to do the same. Ru Yue, Snow Girl, and Shangbing cooperated very well. They knew that Chi Yu did not want his parents to worry about him. At this moment, Chi Yingying ran to Chi Yu's side and shook his hand, saying, "Big brother." "Brother, when are you going to teach me the rest of the cultivation methods? I have to do the same thing every day. It's so annoying." Chi Yu smiled and said, "Silly girl, haven't you heard of the saying, more haste, less speed?" If he wanted to achieve something, he had to put in the corresponding effort first. In this world, there were many things that he couldn't do. In this world, there is nothing for nothing. When I feel that you are ready to continue learning other cultivation methods, I will naturally teach you. Remember, when you're cultivating, you can't be too hasty. When brother is not around, you have to listen to mom and dad. I know. Why are you even more naggy than mom? Chi Yingying looked at Chi Yu unhappily. She pouted her little mouth and looked very cute. Chi Yu shook his head helplessly. After saying goodbye to his parents, he left with Ru Yue and the other two girls. Ying Xiaodai suddenly threw herself into her husband's arms and burst into tears as she watched Chi Yu leave. Chi Tianlei put his arm around Ying Xiaodia's shoulder and sighed. "He has things to do. Let him go. We may be his parents, but we must not be a burden to him at this time." Chi Yu was acting, but so were Chi Tianlei and his wife. Although they had also been very happy these 3 days, they did not know as little about Chi Yu as Chi Yu thought. The 9-star alignment and the emergence of hell and the underworld were all known to Chi Tianlei and his wife. After all, the Golden Grains Group was a global conglomerate. They naturally had their own intelligence system. Chi Tianlei and his wife knew very well that their son was the strongest person in the world. How could he have the leisure to come back and reunite with them when such a situation suddenly appeared on Earth? However, they did not expose Chi Yu. Although they had endured it very hard, they did not want to bring trouble to their son. Now that Chi Yu had left, Ying Xiaodai could no longer hold back the grief in her heart and burst into tears. "Mom, what's wrong?" Yingying looked at her mother in shock. Chi Tianlei sighed. "It's nothing. Your mother just can't bear to leave your brother. She will be fine soon. Let's go back to our room." He put his arm around his wife and walked towards the bedroom. At this moment, their silhouettes looked a bit bleak. Chi Yu's aura was completely different the moment he left the house. Although these 3 days had brought him a sense of relaxation, it had also made him feel more pressure at the same time. If he wanted to continue living this comfortable life, then he had to solve the crisis in front of him. No matter how powerful the Bull Demon King was, he had to solve his problem once and for all. Fighting spirit burned in the depths of Chi Yu's heart again. He already had his own plan. Even if he had to take a risk, he had to try. When they returned to the Dragon Field courtyard, all the members of the Zodiac army had already returned to the courtyard. The Zodiac squad once again set up camp in the garden of the villa. At this time, there were more guests in the Dragon Field courtyard. Before entering the courtyard, Chi Yu had already sensed a familiar aura. The expression on his face changed slightly as he coldly snorted and entered the courtyard. The Zodiac warriors had already gathered. The returning Zodiac guardian gods were standing at the entrance of the villa. Opposite them, the experts from Greece and the Vatican stood awkwardly. At this time, they had already been surrounded by the Zodiac army. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Yu floated down and landed in front of the villa. Ming Ming took a step forward and whispered in his ear. They seem to have been here for a day and have been waiting for you. We just came back not long ago. I was just about to call you. Why are they here? Yu did not answer Ming Ming's question. Instead, he turned to Pope Marty and said, Your Holiness, have the problems of hell and the underworld been solved? Why did you come to the east? Malty glanced awkwardly at Rain Eyes and said, Mr. Chi, because you and your Zodiac Legion left, I'm afraid that the Zodiac Legion will not be able to protect us. We were defeated by the combined forces of hell and the underworld. In order to preserve the strength to continue fighting them, we had no choice but to temporarily abandon our defensive line and come here to ask for your help. If I'm not mistaken, the problems on your side should have been solved. Do you think you can return to the West with us? Billions of people in the West are waiting for your rescue. Yu's gaze swept across Marty and Yamu's faces. Yamu slightly lowered her head. She did not look at Yu and did not speak, as if everything had nothing to do with her. Her aura was very calm. Your Holiness, who told you that the problems on our side have been solved? Perhaps you can imagine, but what the East is facing is the world's biggest disaster. I'm sorry. I can't promise you to go to the East now. I still have many things to do. You can leave now. It was an unceremonious order for them to leave. In fact, Yu did not want to say this, but for some reason he felt a chill in his heart the moment he saw Yamu. Wen Ting's figure seemed to flash in front of him, and he subconsciously refused. Marty's expression changed. The 4 cardinals behind him wanted to flare up, but he stopped them. Mr. Chi, if it's really as you said, then I don't know if there's anything we can do to help you. How about this? We'll help you solve the problems in the East first. Then we'll trouble you to help us in the West. Is that okay? This was the countermeasure that he and Yamu had discussed long ago. At least on the surface. Yu had no reason to refuse. Frowning slightly, Yu looked at Marty and said, But, Your Holiness, even I don't know when the guy who threatens the survival of the East will come. I can only wait for him here. Could it be that the West can still wait? I think it's better for you to go back quickly. Maybe you can even slow down Satan's advance. If I'm done here, I'll naturally go and help you, even if it's just for the sake of the Western people. Before Marty could speak, Cardinal Ginobili, who was behind him, could not hold it in any more. Mr. Chi, don't go too far. There's nothing wrong with your East Ming Ming. Why did you lie to us? Even if we did something wrong to you and killed Klinsman, you don't have to do this to us. But you don't have to do this to us. How about this? If you can solve the crisis in the West, I'm willing to offer my life to pay for Klinsman. You alone won't be enough. An ice-cold voice sounded. Christie had also returned from home. She had seen the people from the Vatican long ago. If it weren't for Yu, she would have exploded. Now that she heard Ginobili actually dared to challenge Yu, she was instantly infuriated and walked out. The ice-cold aura and surging dark energy made even Yamu lift her head, subconsciously. Christie's strength had far surpassed Klinsman's. The first empress in the history of the Blood Clan was no joke. Ginobili's pupils contracted for a moment. Why, you are, Christie said coldly. That's right, I'm that Blood Clan woman. My brother died under your holy light in order to save me. I will make you pay for this sooner or later. But now is not the time. I can delay my revenge, but I won't allow you to doubt Chi-Yu's words. Do you think that we Easterners are as despicable as you? Do you only know how to lie to deceive others? Absolutely not. This time it was everyone in the Zodiac army who shouted in unison. The sound waves were accompanied by surging energy ripples, instantly suppressing the Vatican and the Greek guardians. Marty quickly tried to smooth things over. No, no. It's not that we don't believe, Mr. Chi. Please don't misunderstand. Mr. Chi, since you have said so, then there's nothing we can do. However, I'm afraid it's useless for us to return to the west now, since the east where you are is about to face a disaster. We are willing to stay and help you destroy them. We will wait here with you. After leaving the west, Marty's thoughts became clearer. He realized that Yamu's suggestion was correct. As the Pope, although he was not a person who was afraid of death, staying in the west would only be a meaningless sacrifice. With his group of people, could they really stop the Burning Legion? Even when the Sacred Legion was at its peak, they could not do it, let alone now. It was better to stay in the east first. When things were settled here, they would bring Chi-Yu back with them. Only then would they have a chance of winning. As for the current situation in the west, they couldn't care less. Chi-Yu frowned and said, "Is this what His Highness the Pope and Miss Yamu want? If you want to stay, I won't stop you. You can stay over there." As he spoke, Chi-Yu pointed to a corner of the courtyard. It was empty. There was nothing there. This time, even Marty could not stand it anymore. "Mr. Chi, please don't go too far. You are tarnishing the dignity of God." Chi-Yu snorted coldly and said, "Even if God was standing here, He would not speak to me like this. If you don't want to stay, you can leave. Otherwise, I can only entertain you there. As you can see, it is very crowded here." "All right, we will stay there." Yamu, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Marty looked at Yamu in confusion. Yamu nodded at him and led her Zodiac guardians to the corner of the courtyard. The Zodiac guardians made way for them. Left with no other choice, Marty could only let out a sigh and lead the people from the church. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. As the Pope, he had always lived a luxurious life, but now he had to stay in someone else's courtyard. This was the first time he experienced such a feeling. Marty could not help but feel a little sad, but there was nothing he could do. Chi-Yu could not even be bothered to look at them as he returned to the villa with the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors. "All the teams are back, right? Did anyone fall behind?" Chi-Yu asked. Su Dong said, "No, not a single one is missing. They're all back. Also, the 4 families asked us to bring news. If we need help, we can deploy their forces at any time." "Oh, right. Only the plant soul is not back. I heard from the Shin family that after the plant soul's mother recognized her, she was reluctant to let her come back to join our mission." Chi-Yu nodded and said, "This is nothing, it is a good thing. The plant soul is very pitiful. She has been an orphan since young and has lost the ability to speak. It is time for her to enjoy the warmth of a family. I will only be happy for her." Guan Ping said, "Chi-Yu, don't you think it is a little too much for you to treat the Vatican and the Greek people like that just now? No matter what, they are here to help. Although they have their own goals, they are still the strong people of the West." Chi-Yu waved his hand to stop Guan Ping from continuing. "They deserve this treatment. I have never seen them as equal partners. That's right, they are bastards. It is good enough that we did not kill them. Do you want us to entertain them?" Christy said coldly, although she could bear to not take revenge for the sake of the big picture. Her enemy was there. However, her enemy was right there, and she could no longer suppress the hatred in her heart. Chi-Yu said, "I have thought about it. Everyone continue to cultivate in my Kongtong seal. I do not know how long it will be before the Bull Demon King appears. But before he appears, you must try your best to increase your overall strength to the 9-cloud level. That way, our chances of winning will increase a little." Ruyue said, "Chi-Yu, what about the 12 Zodiac teams?" Chi-Yu pondered for a moment before replying, "Forget about them. Their potential cannot compare to yours. Even if they continue to cultivate, they will not have much of a breakthrough. Let them stay outside and supervise the Vatican and the Greek people. After you enter, I will think of a way to cultivate." The 5-colored light of the Kongtong seal appeared again. The 5-colored radiance of the Kongtong seal appeared once more. Amidst the radiance, the Zodiac guardian god battled, but this time, Chiyu entered with them. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elements and 5 mountains were as majestic as ever. Perhaps it was because of the nourishment from Chiyu's natural source of energy. The 5 elements looked more abundant than before. The 12 Zodiac guardian god warriors walked towards one of the mountains. Their cultivation method was simple. It was to gather everyone's strength, help someone increase their strength to the 9 cloud level, then change to another. As for the attribute of the person who was being raised, he would go to that mountain when he was cultivating. Senior Yin-Ling Chi-Yu requests an audience. Psychic power rippled, transmitting Chi-Yu's voice far away. With a flash of white light, Yin-Ling appeared in front of Chi-Yu. With a warm smile on his face, he pretended to blame. Chi-Yu, you forgot what to call me again. How should I punish you if you call me the wrong one again? Chi-Yu hurriedly smiled and said, Big brother Yin-Ling, are you willing to punish me? Yin-Ling said, You're smart. Why are you here? Your strength has reached a bottleneck. Even if you cultivate in the water and fire mountains, you will not improve. After all, divine artifacts like us have to follow the laws of this world. Chi-Yu said, seriously, Big brother Yin-Ling, I came here this time. I just want to discuss cultivation matters with you. Perhaps you already know what happened between me and Demon Bull. Do you know how this guy came to be? According to the laws of our world, there shouldn't be such a powerful existence. Moreover, he doesn't seem to have gone to other planes to cultivate. What's going on? Yin-Ling said, He has always been in your body, but he has never entered my domain. I've been paying attention to him. I've also analyzed his energy composition. However, this guy is hard to deal with. He hides his aura very well. Furthermore, his energy was already beyond what I could detect. So, I can only sense his strength, but I can't find out how he cultivated his energy. You're right. He has broken through the restraints of this world's laws. He's so powerful that you can't deal with him, especially now that he has obtained Panga's axe and Clear Sky Pagoda. This makes him even more difficult to deal with. If you see him again, you'd better stay away for the time being. Although Yin-Ling's words were rather indirect, Chi-Yu still understood what he meant. Yin-Ling was telling him to run the next time he saw the Bull Demon King and not think of any other methods. After all, he couldn't defeat Demon Bull. Before Chi-Yu could speak, Yin-Ling continued, The 2 divine weapons that the Bull Demon King obtained were used by the great god Pangu. They are extremely powerful. Frankly speaking, the Clear Sky Pagoda is a bit more powerful than me, while Panga's axe is slightly inferior to Xianyuan's sword. If we were to judge from the perspective of artifacts, Xianyuan's sword would still be around, and you would be on par with him. But if I'm the only one here, you won't stand a chance. The only thing that my undying domain is afraid of are the super sharp artifacts like Xianyuan's sword and Panga's axe. That's why I said that you won't stand a chance. Chi-Yu's eyes flickered, and he said, What if I can recast Xianyuan's sword and awaken Big Brother Xianyuan? Do I stand a chance? Yin-Ling pondered for a while, and then said implicitly, Under the situation where the artifacts are equally powerful, the outcome of the battle will depend on the strength of both sides. The same artifact, depending on the strength of its owner, will display entirely different powers. Chi-Yu frowned and said, So according to what you said, I won't stand a chance? What if I have the help of the Zodiac Guardian? Yin-Ling sighed and said, Chi-Yu, do you think there's anyone in this world who can participate in the battle between you and Demon Bull? You can only rely on your own strength to fight. No external force can affect the outcome of the battle, unless he's a super expert with the same strength as you. Chi-Yu nodded and said, I see. What you said is almost the same as what I've judged, but I won't run away. The next time I see Demon Bull will be the time when I fight him to the death. If I flinch, how can I deserve the help of you and Big Brother Xianyuan Han? Yinling's eyes gleamed with a hint of praise. But sometimes a strategic retreat doesn't mean that you don't have courage. When you're weaker than your opponent, you need to make use of your wisdom. Qi Yu lowered his head and thought for a while. Big brother Yinling, can you tell me if the plane connected to the east still exists after the ancient gods were sealed by the gods of water and fire? Yinling's eyes gleamed with fear. There's something you must understand. The ancient gods weren't sealed, but completely destroyed, because they've already shaken the foundation of this world. If they were still there, I'm afraid Earth would have been destroyed long ago. But in order to protect the East, we left the 10 great artifacts in the East. We're the gods who protect the East. Qi Yu continued to ask, then does our Eastern god realm still exist? Yinling pondered for a while and said, it should exist. Why do you ask? Even if it still exists, it must be an empty world. What's the point of a divine realm without gods? Moreover, our Eastern divine realm was so powerful. Although the seal in our Eastern divine realm won't be affected by the 9-star alignment, it's much more powerful than those in the Western plane. You won't have the chance to break through. Don't do these meaningless things. Qi Yu shook his head and said resolutely, how do you know it's meaningless if you haven't tried it? Now, if I want to improve my strength again, I have to go to other planes. I've been to the Western plane, but because of the 9-star alignment, I can't find another suitable plane. Right now, we can only rely on our Eastern plane. I've thought about it carefully these few days. There are only 2 ways to defeat the Bull Demon King. First, I have more than double his number of artifacts, so I still have a chance. Second, I can improve my strength to the real 9-cloud level and use the heavenly fire to recast the Shenyuan sword. With the Shenyuan sword and the Kong seal, I can contend with the Pango axe and the Clear Sky Pagoda. Big brother Yinling, which of these 2 scenarios is easier to achieve? Chapter 341. Qi Yu said, Big brother Yinling, I've made up my mind. I'll choose the second option. I don't have the time to turn back now. Since I've made up my mind, I must try no matter how dangerous it is. I think you must know how to get to the Eastern Divine Realm. Please send me there. I must try. Otherwise, I won't give up. Looking at Qi Yu's resolute gaze, Yinling's hesitation gradually froze. He said in a low voice, Qi Yu, it's not that easy to get to the Eastern Divine Realm. Its seal is 10 times stronger than those in the Western plane. Not to mention your current strength. Even the Bull Demon King, who has 2 divine weapons, can't do it. Besides, I don't have the energy to send you there. After listening to his words, Qi Yu was stunned. He asked eagerly, is there no chance at all? Yinling shook his head, helplessly. You're always so persistent when you want to do something. All right, I'll try my best to help you. But you must promise me that you won't force yourself if you can't do it. At least, I think it shouldn't be a problem for me to protect you. Qi Yu was overjoyed. Big brother Yinling, I know you're the best. Then tell me quickly, how can I get to the Eastern Divine Realm? Yinling said in a low voice. To put it simply, you must find 2 things or 2 divine weapons to get to the Eastern Divine Realm. It's absolutely impossible to break the seal directly. That's suicide. You must have the key to open the gate to the Divine Realm. Only then can you enter the Eastern Divine Realm. Do you understand? Qi Yu asked doubtfully, the key to the Divine Realm? What's that? Yinling said, you already have the first of the 2 divine weapons. It's the Kunlun mirrors. Because only the Kunlun mirrors can accurately know the location of the other divine weapons. This is also one of its characteristics. In a situation where it didn't have the slightest attack power and could only create some illusions, how could it enter the range of the 10 great god artifacts? As for the other artifact, you will need to rely on the Kunlun mirrors to find it. It is one of the 10 great artifacts, the number 1 Eastern Emperor Bell. When Qi Yu heard the 3 words Eastern Emperor Bell, his body involuntarily trembled. He said in a deep voice, Eastern Emperor Bell? Was it the super artifact that was superior to the Xianyuan sword and Pango axe? It's ranked first among the 10 great divine weapons, and also the most mysterious one. What should I do? Yinling said, Exactly, it's the Eastern Emperor Bell. You have to find it if you want to reach the divine world in the East. Because only through the Eastern Emperor Bell will you be able to find the passageway to the divine world. The alignment of the 9 stars was indeed a strong resistance, making all the passages leading to the plane of justice more secure. However, this wasn't absolute. At the very least, the 9-star alignment will have a much smaller impact on our Eastern God Realm. Qi Yu asked curiously, Why? Is there a difference between our Eastern God Realm and the Western God Realm? Yinling snorted disdainfully and said, The Western God Realm is nothing. When the divine world first appeared, there was no concept of the West at all. The Eastern God Realm is the real divine world. You've seen it. Satan, Hades, and the godly puppet of Athena that Yamu inherited can all be called gods in the West. However, if they were in the East, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be considered as the lowest level of God. Although the passageway between the Eastern God Realm and Earth is the most secure, the seal is also the strongest. However, the connection between the Eastern God Realm and Earth is also the closest. After all, when the living beings on Earth were created, the Eastern God Realm bestowed many things to Earth. If it wasn't for a huge problem that forced the gods of water and fire to kill them to prevent the world from being completely destroyed, the Eastern God Realm would still be a powerful existence that rules this world. That is the most powerful existence in our world. Qi nodded and said, I see. According to what you said, it seems like the Eastern Emperor Bell is the key to opening the Eastern Divine Realm? Yinling nodded approvingly and said, That's right, the Eastern Emperor Bell is the most powerful artifact, but it's not only because of its offensive and defensive capabilities. More importantly, the Eastern Emperor Bell could open the door to the realm of the gods and connect the passage between Earth and the realm of the gods. Therefore, it was the most powerful divine artifact and had always been ranked first. However, after the Eastern gods were killed, the realm of the gods was sealed. As the top of the 10 great divine weapons, the Eastern Emperor Bell was also the one that was sealed the most thoroughly. I only know that it can open the gate of the divine realm, but I can't say for sure whether it can be opened or not. Qi Yu frowned and said, Is there any other way? Must it be the Eastern Emperor Bell? With my current strength, with your help, we will be able to pass through the passageway to the God Realm. Yinling sighed and said, That's impossible. First of all, we don't know where the passageway to the God Realm is. Secondly, even if we know where it is, with your current strength, it's impossible. Also, with your current strength, it's impossible. I'm afraid there's only one guy on Earth who has the power to pass through the strongest seal. Qi Yu was secretly shocked and said, You mean the Bull Demon King? Yinling nodded and said, Yes, that's him. With his strength and the powerful energy of the Pango axe, if he can find the passageway to the God Realm, there's at least a 50% chance of breaking through the seal and entering the God Realm. Qi Yu sighed inwardly. He didn't expect Yinling to have such a high evaluation of the Bull Demon King. This indirectly reflected the huge gap between him and the Bull Demon King. After pondering for a moment, he said, Brother Yinling, tell me the truth. If the current Bull Demon King is compared to the Eastern gods of the past, what position can he reach? Yinling said, I can't calculate the specifics, but at least I'm sure that he can become an upper-middle level Eastern gods. That's the so-called great gods. If his current strength is improved, he can have the ability to break through the void and travel freely in the universe. As far as I know this ability, among the ancient gods, only 4 people can reach this level. In other words, the Bull Demon King's strength is second only to the 4 great gods. They are the fire god Jerome and the water god Gongong, and then Vaiwa and Panga they created. Qi Yu involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing Yinling's words. He knew that Old Ox was so powerful that it would be difficult for him to go against him, but he never imagined that the Demon Bull King would be this powerful. According to Yinling, unless he could reach that level. How could he fight against the old bull? At the thought of this, Chi Yu was even more determined to go to the divine realm. He faintly felt that if he wanted to improve his strength to the 9-cloud level, the Eastern Divine Realm was his only chance. Yinling said that the 9-star alignment had a much smaller impact on the Eastern Divine Realm, as long as he could find a way to improve the water and fire thundercloud force, in addition to the wind and thundercloud force. He would be able to break through the final bottleneck. At that time, he could use the heavenly fire to reforge the Shenyuan sword. With the help of the 2 divine weapons, he might have a chance. Seeing that Chi Yu was silent, Yinling continued, Chi Yu, I understand how you're feeling now, but you have to think it through. Looking for the Eastern Emperor Bell is an extremely dangerous thing. When the gods of water and fire sealed the Eastern Divine Realm, they obviously didn't want such a powerful god to appear in the East. Therefore, the power of the seal on the Eastern Emperor Bell must be extremely terrifying. If you go looking for it rashly, even if you can find it, the seal on the Eastern Emperor Bell will definitely bring you great trouble. Although you're already very powerful, you can't compare to the Eastern Emperor Bell that can tear open the Eastern Divine Realm. As for the seals that seal the God Realm, they're all based on the divine artifacts themselves. It's very likely that you'll be destroyed in the seal on the Eastern Emperor Bell. I know that you're very worried about the current situation on Earth, but if you're thinking about it selfishly, even though the Bull Demon King is powerful, with your current strength and the power of the Kunlun mirrors, he won't be able to do anything to you if you deliberately want to escape. A cold light flashed in Chi Yu's eyes, and he said angrily, Brother Yinling, are you asking me to live without purpose? So what if I can survive? I've already lost my home. What's the point of living alone? Yinling said, with me around, at least your family and friends can leave with you. Chi Yu, although I admire your courage, I don't want you to take risks. It wasn't easy for me to break free from the seal, and I really don't want to go back. Chi Yu took a deep look at Yinling. He knew that Yinling didn't think that he could obtain the Eastern Emperor Bell at all. However, the more he thought so, the stronger the invisible arrogance in Chi Yu's heart became. How many people did he have, including his family and friends? Compared to the total number of people on Earth, it was just a drop in the ocean. If he could live without purpose, what about Earth? Would it really be destroyed by the Bull Demon King? Brother Yinling, you don't have to say any more. I've already made up my mind. Chi Yu's expression suddenly became very calm, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Yinling looked at Chi Yu and asked, Have you really made up your mind? Chi Yu nodded and said, Brother Yinling, for the sake of our friendship, please try your best to protect my family and friends if I die at the hands of the Bull Demon King. If I give it my all, at least I'll still have a chance. If I give up this last chance, I'm afraid I won't have the courage to challenge the Bull Demon King ever again. I won't do that. I'm not doing it for anyone else, but for myself. I must challenge the Bull Demon and have a fair duel with him. Yinling fell silent. He hadn't expected Chi Yu to be so determined. However, he also knew that if Chi Yu chose to live without purpose, he would never be able to improve his strength in this lifetime. It wasn't a matter of energy, but a matter of mentality. If he wanted to advance to a higher level, he had to have a heart that would never admit defeat. Yinling looked at Chi Yu's determined face and said, All right, I'll play with you this time. I've lived peacefully for so many years, and it seems like I should look for some excitement. So what if it's the Eastern Emperor Bell? Even if it's ranked first among the 10 great artifacts, I still have a chance with the Kunlun mirrors. Chi Yu nodded and said, I'll leave it to you, Brother Yinling. I'll look for snow first. Chi Yu released his mental strength and quickly found the snow girl, who was cultivating through the guidance of his soul. Snow Girl, Shangbing, the Plant Soul, and Christy couldn't participate in the Zodiac Guardian Warriors cultivation, so they gathered together and cultivated their own energy. Although they didn't have as much potential as the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, Their strength was greatly improved during the cultivation process through the energy of the origin of nature and the aura of the 5 elements in the 5 elements territory. Snow! Chiyu called through his soul and woke the snow girl up from her cultivation state. The snow girl was wearing a snow-white dress. As she was in a cultivation state, her entire body was emitting a layer of misty blue radiance, which made her look like a fairy. Perhaps it was because she was nourished by Chiyu, but she seemed to be more beautiful than before. Chiyu, why are you here? Snow Girl asked softly. Chiyu gestured for her to keep quiet. A green light flashed and enveloped her delicate body. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at another 5 elements mountain where no one was cultivating. The Snow Girl's little hands were very cold, but it wasn't pure coldness. Instead, it was a refreshing feeling. Chiyu couldn't help but feel refreshed as he felt the energy released from her body. Snow, I'm afraid we're going to have to go on an adventure. Are you willing to go with me? Chiyu asked. The Snow Girl giggled and said, What's wrong with you? You always say such silly things. Ever since I've known you, when have you not gone on an adventure? Chiyu shook his head and said, No, it's different this time. We might lose our lives this time. Are you afraid? The Snow Girl said, Tell me, where do you want to go? As long as I'm by your side, I have nothing to fear. At most, we'll be a pair of lovebirds. Shall we all go together this time? Chiyu said, No, only the 2 of us will go. The others will stay in the Kongtong Seal and continue to cultivate. Then he briefly recounted his conversation with the seal spirit. Listening to Chiyu's narration, the Snow Girl's eyes constantly flickered with a strange light, especially when she heard Chiyu say that they were going to find the Eastern Emperor Bell. The strange light in her eyes became even more intense. Of course we're going. It's such a fun thing, why wouldn't we go? The Snow Girl said with an excited smile. Chiyu was stunned. He frowned and said, This isn't fun. The Snow Girl said, So many storms and waves have passed. Isn't it just to find the divine tool? Don't worry about me. I'll naturally go with you. When do we leave? Chiyu said sternly, Time is tight. We'll go now. He didn't promise anything to the Snow Girl. The Snow Girl didn't ask anything else. She knew that as long as Chiyu was there, he wouldn't let her come to any harm. Unless you want to find the Eastern Emperor Bell. A voice that was even colder than the Snow Girl's coldest voice suddenly sounded. A dark green light gushed out from the Snow Girl's chest. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Chiyu. The beautiful face and the illusory light represented her identity. It was the immortal of the Kunlun mirrors. When Chiyu saw her, he hurriedly said, Senior, I still need your help this time. Senior Yinling said that only you know the whereabouts of the Eastern Emperor Bell. I'll have to trouble you this time. The immortal of the mirror looked at Chiyu coldly. She didn't have a good impression of Chiyu. Chiyu and the Snow Girl had been intimate more than once. As the Snow Girl was willing, the immortal of the mirror couldn't do anything about it. However, the immortal of the mirror possessed the Snow Girl's body. Moreover, the Kunlun mirrors possessed the same aura and senses as the other divine tools. It was completely connected to the host. Every time Chiyu and the Snow Girl were intimate, the immortal of the mirror would feel inexplicably ashamed. Therefore, she hadn't come out for a long time. She only occasionally communicated with the Snow Girl. Why should I help you? Who do you think you are? You still want to find the Eastern Emperor Bell. I think you should just give up. Chiyu's heart sank. He thought to himself, how could I forget about this? The immortal of the mirror was different from Yinling and Xinyuan Han. She didn't have a good relationship with me. It seems that if I want to go to the realm of gods, I must first get through her. Senior, can't you help me with this? As long as you're willing to help me find the Eastern Emperor Bell, I'll agree to any conditions. Since he was asking for help, Chiyu had no choice but to lower his status and beg. The immortal of the mirror snorted disdainfully. She scanned Chiyu from head to toe. You've just gained some strength and you can't hold back anymore. Do you think that with your current strength, you can obtain the Eastern Emperor Bell? That's impossible. The Eastern Emperor Bell has never had a master. Even when the gods of earth, water, and fire created it, they only left it on earth to guard the East. If you want to obtain the Eastern Emperor Bell, you must break through its seal. Is that something you can do? Chi-Yu was speechless. This immortal of the mirror obviously didn't want to cooperate with him. Hearing her say this, Chi-Yu couldn't help but look at Snow Girl, who was beside him, for help. The two of them were already very close. Snow Girl naturally understood what he meant. She hurriedly went forward and held the immortal of the mirror's hand. She begged, "Sister, please help us. If we can't find the Eastern Emperor Bell, we won't be able to go to the realm of gods to find a way to deal with the Bull Demon King. You don't want to see the earth being ruled by the Bull Demon King, right? Aren't the 10 great artifacts used to guard the East? But the 10 great artifacts also need people to use them. Big sister, please help us, I beg you." Hearing Snow Girl's words, the immortal of the mirror's cold expression softened. She frowned and said, "Snow, it's not that I don't want to help you. Do you know how strong the seal on the Eastern Emperor Bell is? Even though we are both divine artifacts, we can still be destroyed by its seal. Moreover, among the 10 great artifacts, I hate it the most. I won't go and find it. Humph." As she said this, her eyes shone with anger. It was as if she had thought of something in the past. Chi-Yu saw that the immortal of the mirror's tone had softened. He hurriedly said, "Senior, we don't want the Eastern Emperor Bell. We only hope that we can get its help to open the door of the realm of gods and go to the realm of gods. Don't tell me that with your and Senior Yinling's help, we still can't enter the Eastern Emperor Bell's seal? After all, both of you are divine artifacts like it." The immortal of the mirror said calmly, "Entering the seal is easy. However, if you want to walk out of the seal alive or find the real location of the Eastern Emperor Bell, it will be difficult. If you think it through, it's not like I can't take you there. However, there is something I need to tell you first. Once the danger reaches a certain level, I will immediately bring snow and force my way through. When that time comes, I won't be able to take care of you. Don't blame me for letting you die there." Hearing this, Chi-Yu wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. He smiled and said, "No problem. If I die there, I can only blame myself for not being skilled enough. As long as you can protect Snow, it will be the best help for me." Without the worry of protecting Snow Girl, and with the protection of the Kunlun mirrors, Snow Girl wouldn't be harmed. This was what Chi-Yu hoped for the most. However, he felt a little strange. Among the 10 great divine artifacts, the Kunlun mirrors was ranked second from the bottom. The Kongtong seal's ranking was much higher than it. Just now, Yinling didn't seem to have the confidence to protect him. So why did the immortal of the mirror seem to have the confidence to protect Snow? What about the female? Could it be because she could open a space and bring Snow Girl with her at any time? Although this was what he thought. However, Chi-Yu didn't ask any questions. Snow Girl looked at Chi-Yu and pouted. "No, since we're going together, we must leave together." Chi-Yu gave Snow Girl a look, indicating for her to stop talking. He turned to the immortal of the mirror and said, "Senior, let's go now. No matter what happens this time, even if I can't come back. I sincerely thank you for your help." Seeing Chi-Yu being so courteous, the immortal in the mirror was no longer as cold as before. Her misty eyes revealed a trace of complicated light, as if there was anticipation, longing, anger, and resentment within. "Fine. Then I'll bring you to him. Chi-Yu, listen carefully. When we reach the seal of the Eastern Emperor Bell, you must be with Snow Girl at all times. I will do my best to protect you. However, I only have the confidence to bring one person out of the seal of the Eastern Emperor Bell. I'll tell you all of this in advance, so that you won't say that I'm heartless." Chi-Yu nodded and said, "All right, let's go now." The immortal of the mirror said, "Let's get out of here first. I can't use my divine power in the 5 elements domain." The soldiers of the Zodiac army were still working hard to cultivate. They also knew that in the near future, they would face an incomparably powerful enemy. However, they were not afraid at all. In fact, they were even more excited. However, they were also at a loss. As their king, he had already embarked on the most dangerous journey of his life. With a flash of light, Chiyu floated out of the domain of the Kongtong seal with Snow Girl. The five-colored light automatically converged in front of Chiyu's chest. Every time he came out after cultivating in the five elements domain, Chiyu would feel refreshed. At this time, his energy had completely reached its peak state. As soon as the two of them came out, the dark green light once again shone from Snow Girl's chest. Looking at her full breasts, Chiyu couldn't help but think of the one and only bra that the Kunlun mirrors had transformed. He couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. The immortal of the mirror, who was wearing a long emerald dress, appeared next to Snow Girl along with the dark green light. On the surface, they seemed to be about the same age and both had an icy temperament. However, because of Chiyu, the coldness on Snow Girl's body had already softened a lot. Her gentle gaze was always on her lover. The room in the Dragonfield courtyard was very quiet. The darkness outside seemed to have infected the inside of the villa. There was a cold and gloomy atmosphere everywhere. The immortal of the mirror said, "Get ready, I'm going to start." "Chiyu, I need your energy to assist Snow Girl." Chiyu nodded. His figure flashed, and he had already walked behind Snow Girl. From behind, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulled her into his arms, and tightly stuck to the back of Snow Girl's buttocks. The immortal of the mirror looked at them and couldn't help but frown, but she didn't say anything. She also knew that Chiyu's way of transferring energy could minimize the loss of energy during the transfer process, and the effect was also the best. Hugging Snow Girl's slender waist and tightly sticking to her soft and elastic body, Chiyu couldn't help but feel his heart sway. That kind of comfortable feeling made his body slightly hot. Snow Girl's feeling was even deeper than Chiyu's. Chiyu's body was hot, and she only felt that her whole body was stuck to a stove. That strong temperature seemed to completely melt her body. The incomparably comfortable feeling made her whole body tremble. In Chiyu's arms, she always felt so safe, as if there was no power that could hurt her. A dark green light condensed in front of them, and in the blink of an eye, it had already condensed into an energy form of Kunlun mirrors. The immortal of the mirror's face was very dignified. Her hands turned over in front of her chest, and the back of the Kunlun mirrors was facing outwards. Chiyu hugged Snow Girl, and he saw that on the back of the Kunlun mirrors there were many complex engravings. It seemed to be a special type of text, and it was a text that he had never seen before. A low and lengthy chant came from the mouth of the immortal of the mirror. The strange tone and language was something that Chiyu and Snow Girl couldn't understand. As she chanted, the dark green light began to become more and more intense. The tyrannical energy fluctuations constantly revolved around the Kunlun mirrors. The complex characters seemed to come to life, and they began to move slowly. In just a moment, the dark green light had completely wrapped the body of the immortal of the mirror. The huge energy fluctuations continued to fill the air, and layers of dense characters appeared in front of her, floating in the air in the form of energy. Some of the characters began to flow into the body of the immortal of the mirror. The immortal of the mirror seemed to feel some pain, and her hands were crossed in front of her chest, constantly changing various gestures. Her delicate body turned, and she was already in front of Snow Girl. Her body leaned back, and she stuck close to Snow Girl's body. The illusory energy body merged into Snow Girl's body, and the dark green light in front of Snow Girl's chest suddenly became stronger. Chiyu's hands were around Snow Girl's waist, and at this time, half of the immortal of the mirror's body had merged into Snow Girl's body. What made Chiyu feel strange was that the back of his hands felt like real skin, and not the energy of the immortal of the mirror. He couldn't help but secretly admire these artifacts. They really had their own unique characteristics. The green light became more and more intense. Snow Girl's body tensed up, and the energy in her body began to quickly transfer to her chest. The cold air was the unique energy aura of Snow Girl, and with the support of her energy, the dark green light in front of the immortal of the mirror became more and more intense. At the same time, the dark green characters that were released from her body expanded outwards and completely enveloped the three of them. This time, it was different from previous transmigrations. At least, that was what Chiyu felt. Snow Girl's energy seemed to be swallowed up, and it was flowing away at a crazy rate. Soon, Chiyu felt that more than half of the energy in her body had been lost. He knew that it was time for him to take action. At this time, the immortal of the mirror suddenly retracted her hands and grabbed Chiyu's hands. While Chiyu was stunned, she had already pulled his hands up and covered them in front of Snow Girl's full chest. Originally, Chiyu thought that the immortal of the mirror's bra would be as hard as armor, but who knew that when he really touched it, it was as soft as cotton, and the elasticity seemed to be a bit stronger than Snow Girl's, and it didn't feel like metal at all. Chapter 342. Chiyu didn't have much time to think. The energy in his body gushed out. In order to make it easier for the fairy in the mirror to absorb it, he directly opened his source of nature during the process of releasing the energy. All the energy in his body began to transform crazily under the effect of the huge source of nature. The 4 types of thundercloud force were completely transformed into a single aura of the source of nature, and then injected into the Kunlun mirror's transformed bra through his hands. In order to prevent the Snow Girl from collapsing due to the excessive absorption of energy by the Kunlun mirrors, he also slowly transferred the source of nature's energy into the Snow Girl's body through his chest and abdomen, which was in contact with the Snow Girl's back and buttocks to help her maintain her current situation. Only an expert like Chiyu would be able to multitask an enormous amount of energy at the same time. At this time, the fairy in the mirror was in front of them. Chiyu and Snow Girl couldn't see it. At this time, although the fairy in the mirror was an energy body, her delicate face had already turned red. Chiyu's hands on the Snow Girl's chest had completely covered the transformed bra of the Kunlun mirrors. In fact, it was like he was caressing the body of the fairy in the mirror. That strange feeling was so real. In the past, when Chiyu and the Snow Girl were intimate, it was only intimate. The fairy in the mirror could strongly feel the change in the spiritual aura of the Snow Girl and the impact on her. But now it was different. Chiyu's big hands that were full of energy and heat directly touched her body. That strong feeling of strangeness. She didn't know how many tens of thousands of years she had not experienced it. On the other hand, Snow Girl was having a different kind of feeling at this time. Chiyu's body was tightly pressed against hers, giving her a sense of security. The big hand that was caressing her chest was constantly releasing heat, causing her whole body to become limp and numb. The energy could be absorbed by the Kunlun mirrors, but the surging heat remained on her body. Her pretty face had already turned red, her breath was like orchids, and her eyes were like silk. She had already begun to feel aroused. At this moment, Chiyu was probably the only one who did not feel anything special. Although he was very attracted to the Snow Girl, this matter was related to whether or not he could chase the evil dimension away from Earth. In the process of assisting the Kunlun mirrors, he naturally became extremely cautious and focused all his attention on the process of transferring energy, as well as the absorption of energy from the outside world. He didn't pay much attention to the changes in Snow Girl. Chiyu's strength was indeed strong. The huge 4 types of thundercloud force were transformed by the origin of nature into pure neutral energy. The gentle energy of the origin of nature was like an endless river flowing into the Kunlun mirrors. For a moment, the aquamarine light released by the Kunlun mirrors suddenly blazed, and a huge energy wave made the words clearly visible. In just a few breaths' time, the 3 of them were completely shrouded in it, and it was no longer possible to see their figures from the outside. More words gushed into the body of the fairy in the mirror, and the huge energy wave began to form a vortex. The aquamarine vortex appeared above the heads of the three of them. As it rotated faster and faster, the whole room was reflected in aquamarine. The aquamarine vortex rotated more and more violently. The huge energy aura could easily absorb a part of the combined energy of the three of them every time. If it wasn't for Qi Yu's origin of nature that could quickly absorb energy from the air, he would probably be drained after a few times. Moreover, his own strength was so strong that he would probably be completely drained after a few times. A faint light flickered, and Qi Yu's eyes revealed a trace of tyrannical strength. Facing the large absorption of the Kunlun mirrors, he didn't feel the slightest bit weakened. In particular, the Thundercloud Force and the Thundercloud Force were two types of energy that were close to the true Nine Clouds level, and they constantly absorbed the energy molecules in the air. It was as if they were plundering. With the Dragon Field courtyard as the center, all the energy molecules within a radius of a few hundred square kilometers began to fluctuate violently, frantically gathering towards Qi Yu's position. Even so, because Qi Yu's absorption speed was too fast, there was often an energy vacuum around his body. The increase in energy became more and more intense, and the surrounding words began to distort. The fairy in the mirror's face became unusually calm, as if the energy had nothing to do with her. She kept chanting more clearly. There seemed to be some excitement in the depths of her eyes. Yes, as one of the 10 great artifacts. She didn't know how long it had been since she had received enough energy to fully unleash her strength. At this moment, Qi Yu had given her such an ability. The feeling of being filled with energy, of being able to fully unleash the power of the Kunlun mirrors, was so wonderful. At this moment, she felt that Qi Yu didn't seem so annoying anymore. At least, he had enough strength to satisfy her. The fairy in the mirror even thought that if she had chosen Qi Yu as her master, would it have been better? However, she quickly dispelled this thought. How could that ruffian be compared to the pure and clean Snow Girl? Although Snow Girl was also tempted by him, Qi Yu naturally didn't know what the fairy in the mirror was thinking. At this moment, he was transferring energy, and at the same time he felt a strong change in his own strength. Ever since he had ascended to his current realm, he had never fully unleashed the power of his body and mind. At this moment, through the intense output of energy, he could clearly feel that his strength had reached an extremely high level. Although it couldn't be compared to the Bull Demon King, it was already much, much stronger than his previous self. Finally, when the turquoise vortex of light opened up above their heads to a diameter of 3 meters, the fairy in the mirror's chanting came to an abrupt end. All the energy fluctuations stopped at that moment, and even the turquoise energy that had been spinning at a high speed went against the laws of nature and entered a state of stillness. All the turquoise light disappeared at the same time, and the next moment the fairy in the mirror had reintegrated into her body of Kunlun mirrors. In the process of integration, Snow Girl's body was brought along by her energy, and she turned around in Qi Yu's arms. The two of them hugged each other, and the huge energy aura immediately rose. The turquoise light flashed. Like a silk thread, it was sucked into the 3-meter diameter hole and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qi Yu's spiritual energy was maintained in a state of high alert. When the fairy in the mirror finished chanting, the huge energy aura instantly solidified, and his output naturally stopped. The next moment, they had already begun the process of transmigration. This was different from the time when they went to the ancient behemoth. The moment the huge energy fluctuations condensed, it enveloped the Snow Girl's body. Qi Yu and the Snow Lady's bodies were enveloped within it, and the transmigration soon began. At this moment, Qi Yu discovered that the energy around him and the Snow Lady had suddenly become as gentle as water, and the surroundings had completely turned into a dark green world. This didn't seem to be transmigration, because the feeling of the energy was completely different. It wasn't the kind of shuttling through space and time, but it was like swimming slowly in a swimming pool. There was a faint energy aura. Every fluctuation produced a clear effect, and the surrounding turquoise waves seemed to constantly sweep past the two of them. And these turquoise waves would not really touch their bodies. This seemed to be the effect of the layer of faint turquoise light around their bodies, feeling the gentle energy aura around them. Chi was surprised to find that the energy that he and Snow Girl had consumed when they were transferring energy to the Kunlun mirrors was actually recovering quickly. It was not surprising that he could recover. After all, as long as there was energy, his origin of nature could easily absorb and transform it. But the situation with Snow Girl had become very strange. He did not transfer energy to her, and only used his own energy to protect her, but her energy had already recovered. Although he did not know what was going on, it was still a good thing, and it boosted Chi Yu's confidence a little. The turquoise light was very gentle, and the feeling of swimming made Chi Yu feel very comfortable. In this space, the concept of time seemed to have become blurred. At least, Chi Yu could not feel the existence of time. The faint light was constantly flashing. Snow Girl was in Chi Yu's arms, so she naturally had nothing to worry about. Unknowingly, she actually fell asleep in Chi Yu's arms, just as Chi Yu was guessing where the Eastern Emperor Bell was. The immortal in the mirror's voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Chi Yu, I have something to say to you. I have already hypnotized Snow Girl, and I think we can talk now. Chi Yu was stunned. Senior, please speak. The immortal in the mirror said, the place where the Eastern Emperor Bell is located is an extremely dangerous place. If you want to see it, you have to go through a test. Hearing this, Chi Yu could not help but reveal a trace of a bitter smile. Another test! When I first obtained the Shenyuan sword and the Kongtong seal, I also had to go through a test. Oh, and you, Kunlun mirrors, is this the model of the 10 great godly weapons? The immortal in the mirror said, yes, the seal of the 10 great godly weapons determines the test. However, there is one thing I must tell you first. As the head of the 10 great godly weapons, the Eastern Emperor Bell will not recognize a master. When you see Dong Huang, do not have any covetous thoughts, or you will die a terrible death. He is not as easy to talk to as I am. You are easy to talk to? Chi Yu thought to himself, but he naturally could not say this now. He nodded and said, Senior, please do not worry about this. I originally did not expect to obtain the Eastern Emperor Bell. I only hoped to go to the realm of the gods with its help. This time, I have troubled Senior. The immortal in the mirror said, I do not want to help you. I only want to help Snow Girl. Who asked this girl to fall in love with a kid like you? There is only one test for the Eastern Emperor Bell. As long as you pass this test, you will be able to see it. As for whether it is willing to help you, it will depend on your own ability. If you can convince it, it will naturally not be a problem. Otherwise, I am afraid it will be impossible for you to come back. When the time comes, I will not appear. When you see Dong Wang, do not mention my existence. Please remember this. Otherwise, I will not help you in the future. Chi Yu's heart stirred, and he said, Senior, do you have any grudges with the Eastern Emperor Bell? The immortal in the mirror was silent for a while, and said, You do not need to care about this, you just need to do as I say. The test of the Eastern Emperor Bell is not too difficult. It is only to test your strength. It is not as complicated as my Kunlun divine fantasy. Chi Yu asked curiously, What is the test of the Eastern Emperor Bell? The immortal in the mirror said indifferently, You will be considered to have passed the test if you kill 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals. Ah, that is not very difficult? Chi Yu said helplessly. Then how are these celestial soldiers and generals compared to the Burning Hell Legion? He had already fought with the Burning Hell Legion many times. If the celestial soldiers and generals of the Eastern God world were similar in strength, there should not be too much of a problem. After all, once one's strength reached a certain level, quantity was no longer very important. The immortal in the mirror snorted disdainfully and said, How can those trash be compared to the celestial soldiers and generals? You are underestimating the true God world. Although these celestial soldiers and generals are just energy bodies produced by the Eastern Emperor Bel, their strength is not much different from the celestial soldiers and generals of the God world. As to how strong they are, you can experience it yourself. I will not say more. Don't you have many partners? You can also ask them for help. However, if you ask them to help you, and the Eastern Emperor Bel does not agree to your request, then you will not be the only one who will be destroyed. Don't think that the Kongtong seal can protect them. In front of the Eastern Emperor Bel, other than the Xianyuan sword and Panga's axe, the other divine weapons are nothing to him. Moreover, in his domain, the Kongtong seal will not be able to protect you and your people. Chi Yu nodded and said, I understand. Since that is the case, let me do it myself. At this point, Chi Yu's expression became a little more serious, but he was not afraid at all. To him, this was a challenge. If he could not even pass the test of 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals, then what right did he have to go to the God world? What right did he have to fight with the demon Bull King? All right, we are almost there. After entering the domain of the Eastern Emperor Bel, you don't need to ask anything. You just need to keep moving forward. When there is no one stopping you, it means that you have passed. You will be able to see everything you want to see. Now, please keep the Snow Girl in the Kongtong seal. This is the only way that the Eastern Emperor Bel will not be able to sense her aura. Chi Yu said, Senior, you said that you would not let her get hurt. Don't tell me that we have to protect her in the Kongtong seal? The celestial being in the mirror said grandly, Yes. Otherwise, do you think I can fight against the Eastern Emperor Bel? Chi Yu sighed in his heart. It seemed that he could only rely on his own strength this time. He did not blame the Kunlun mirrors for not helping him. After all, the Kunlun mirrors was already very kind of him to bring him to the Eastern Emperor Bel. As Chi Yu was thinking, suddenly, there was a flash of light and everything around him became bright. The dark green light and the gentle energy disappeared at the same time. In the next moment, Chi Yu felt a murderous aura that filled the sky. There was no gap in that huge, murderous aura. In just an instant, it had completely enveloped his body. Everything around him became brighter and brighter. As far as the eye could see, there was a golden light. The sonorous sound of armor and the huge, murderous aura were like a huge mountain, pressing down on Chi Yu so much that he could not breathe. The golden light in front of him was formed by an army. Every one of them was covered in golden armor, and their faces could not be seen. Their tall bodies were about 3 meters tall. The huge energy aura and murderous aura came from their bodies. From afar, there seemed to be a rainbow-like light in the distant horizon. Chi Yu thought that according to what the Kunlun mirrors said, if he kept moving forward, he would eventually reach the place where the rainbow-colored light was. Without waiting for Chi Yu to think too much about it, the golden-armored soldiers were already swarming towards him in an overwhelming manner. This was not the ground, but the sky. Every golden-armored soldier was stepping on a white cloud. They were so fast that they looked like golden lightning bolts. Each of the golden-armored soldiers at the front held a 5-meter-long spear in their hands. With a tyrannical force, they arrived in front of Chi Yu. In an instant, more than 10 spears pierced towards Chi Yu at the same time. They were well coordinated and blocked all possible directions that Chi Yu could dodge. At the same time, the other golden-armored soldiers quickly surrounded Chi Yu. In an instant, it was like a forest made of golden spears from all directions, including above and below him. They charged towards Chi Yu. Chi Yu was a little flustered by the attack. He could clearly feel that the spears that were piercing towards him contained explosive energy. The spears that were thrusting towards him all contained explosive and tyrannical energy. This was definitely a strength that the Burning Legion could not compare to. Given Chi Yu's strength, he did not dare to let them pierce his body easily. With a flash of green light, Chi Yu's body suddenly accelerated. Countless wind blades instantly spread out with him as the center. A powerhouse was a powerhouse after all. In the face of the enemy's attack, Chi Yu reacted the fastest. The green wind blades were like guided missiles, accurately hitting each spear that was piercing towards him. There was a piercing sound of friction. The first wave of soldiers that were attacking Qi Yu were sent flying by him at the same time. At least 30 golden-armored soldiers were sent flying. Qi Yu was not happy. Instead, he was shocked. It must be known that the Thundercloud Force was one of his strongest abilities at the moment. It was imbued with a huge amount of energy from his soul. It could easily tear apart the Burning Legion, even if they were warriors like the two black generals. However, he could feel that the golden-armored soldiers that were sent flying were only slightly injured. Their energy was slightly weakened, but they were not injured at all. Even the golden spears in their hands had only dimmed a little. So powerful. Would he really be able to deal with 100,000 warriors of such a level at once? Just as the first wave of golden-armored soldiers were sent flying, the second wave of attacks arrived. They did not even give Qi Yu a chance to breathe. The same sharpness, the same impact, and the motionless, murderous aura immediately caused Qi Yu to fall into another crisis. However, the subsequent attacks made Qi Yu's fighting spirit soar. He knew that he could not waste too much energy. Otherwise, even if he had the source of nature, he might not be able to survive in front of 100,000 soldiers. Kill. He had to kill. Every time he killed an enemy, the resistance to his advancement would be greatly reduced. Come. With a loud shout, Qi Yu suddenly took a step forward with his right foot. In an instant, an unstoppable huge amount of energy erupted. Qi Yu's right fist rushed forward, and Kirin's arm appeared. The silver-black light formed a huge ball of light and exploded. Due to the surging energy, the second attack of the golden-armored soldiers was sent flying in an instant. However, this time, they did not have any chance to return. They were torn into pieces by Kirin's tyrannical energy in mid-air, turning into golden spots of light and disappearing. At the same time, the huge energy aura instantly converged. Right in front of Qi Yu, Kirin's arm exploded with a terrifying attack. With a single punch, there was no longer a single golden-armored soldier in the space that was about 5 meters wide and 100 meters long. Qi Yu's expression became calm. Using this momentary gap, he did not rush forward. Instead, he called out his Kirin's original mutation. Directly entering the double mutation, Qi Yu's own attack and defense instantly increased by several times. The massacre began. This was a real massacre. Although the enemies they faced were all energy bodies, they were much stronger than physical warriors. With this gap, Qi Yu naturally would not give them a chance to surround him. His figure flashed, and he flew into the sky. Boom! The huge shock almost made Qi Yu spit out blood. His body hadn't even reached a height of 3 meters when he violently collided with a barrier. The incomparably sturdy barrier was filled with elasticity, and Qi Yu's body bounced back at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, he heavily crashed into the ground 3 meters below where he was previously standing. Another rumble sounded. This time, Qi Yu could not help but feel dizzy, and he could see stars in front of his eyes. 2 words suddenly appeared in his mind. Seal. That's right, it was a seal. This space was not as vast as he had imagined. At least, the space above and below him was not big, and it was only 7 or 8 meters high. Fortunately, Qi Yu did not rush at full speed. Otherwise, he might have been knocked unconscious by the sudden impact. Oh, I forgot to tell you that this space is sealed by the bell of the East Emperor. Unless you can break through the encirclement of 100,000 celestial soldiers, it's impossible to fly out of here. The highest altitude of this space is only 10 meters. That's right, the immortal in the mirror said with a hint of schadenfreude. Why didn't you say so earlier? That collision just now was Qi Yu's own energy collision. It made him miserable. At this time, he could not care less about blaming the mirror immortal, because the golden-armored warriors had used this short time to rush forward again. This time, there was a change in their attack. The closest golden-armored warriors spread out at the same time, completely filling up the entire space that was less than 10 meters wide. not leaving a single gap for Chiyu. Then, countless sharp golden lights shot toward Chiyu with an ear-piercing sound. F***CK, Chiyu turned his body, and a black and silver light shone from his left hand. With the support of his energy, the Kirin's mirror immediately exerted its greatest power. This time, Chiyu was lucky. The Kirin's mirror's ability was not only for defense, but also for reflection. In an instant, Chiyu naturally could not use it to protect every part of his body. However, with his speed, at least 80% of the golden lights were blocked by the Kirin's mirror. In an instant, the golden lights scattered in all directions, reflecting in the direction from which they came. Facing so many enemies, Chiyu did not need to aim at all. The huge energy light was returned to the golden-armored warriors in an instant. As for the excess energy, it was directly neutralized by Chiyu's protective thundercloud force. More than 10 golden lights scattered, and another 10 golden-armored warriors were destroyed by their own power. He increased his speed again, and Chiyu's dizzy head had regained its clarity. Kirin's mirror with his left hand, Kirin's illusion with his right, and Kirin's travel with his feet. With a psychedelic figure, he pounced toward the golden-armored warriors in front of him. Since there was no possibility of a trick, then let's have a real battle. The faint light became brighter, and the huge energy wave filled Chiyu's body with a strong aura. Kirin's illusion also transformed into a huge shield, and together with the Kirin's mirror, his body was completely protected. At the same time, these two shields became his best weapons. The edge of the shield was as sharp as a huge battle axe. Although the attacks of the golden-armored warriors could threaten Chiyu, he was no longer afraid after entering the second stage of origin mutation. He rushed into the group of golden-armored warriors, and the two shields first blocked their attacks. Then they turned into death scythes that reaped lives. The two huge shields danced up and down, and wherever they passed, golden light exploded and turned into a golden rain of light. Chiyu did not use energy attacks, because that would consume a lot of his energy. At this moment, he channeled his thundercloud force into the two shields in his hands. The energy in the Kirin's mirror was of the fire attribute, while the energy in the Kirin's illusion was of the thunder attribute. The two most destructive thundercloud force were contained in the shields. As soon as the golden-armored warriors touched them, they would immediately be cut into light spots and disappear. The killing continued. These golden-armored warriors did not have any emotions at all. Their only goal was to destroy the enemies in front of them. They attacked tirelessly, causing Chiyu to fall into a bitter battle. Even ants could kill an elephant if there were enough of them. Although Chiyu's energy was very strong, there was still a limit to it. The attack power of these golden-armored warriors was extremely terrifying. If he was still Chiyun, he would probably be exhausted after an hour. Even now, after persisting for 4 hours, at least tens of thousands of golden-armored warriors had died in his hands. After that, Chiyu's origin of nature was no longer enough to recover the energy in his body. His energy became weaker and weaker, and the pressure from the attacks around him also became heavier. Chiyu knew that he was about to be exhausted. The attacks of the golden-armored warriors were very simple. They attacked seamlessly. They did not know what it meant to save energy. Every attack was an all-out attack. No matter how strong the shield's defense was, it was impossible to withstand such a powerful attack forever. On the Qilin mirror and Qilin illusion, there were already signs of damage. At this time, Chiyu saw that the golden-armored warriors in front of him were still endless. He did not know how many of them there were. The killing continued, and 70% of the 4 types of thundercloud force in his body had been consumed. At this time, Chiyu had already been in this world for 5 hours. Although his energy could not increase during the battle, under this huge pressure, Chiyu's combat skills were the best training. After all, he could not find such an opponent anywhere. Although the attacks of the golden-armored warriors covered seamlessly, Chiyu avoided them as much as possible when dealing with them. He avoided the most violent parts of the attacks and tried to reduce his own consumption as much as possible. At this time, the battle had entered a white-hot state. Unfortunately, no matter how much energy he saved, Chiyu had to endure the state where the energy in his body was almost exhausted. He knew that if this continued, he would be killed by these guys in front of him sooner or later. What should he do? There was no other way. Unless he used the doppelganger domain, he could still hold on for a while. However, until the last moment, Chiyu was unwilling to use the doppelganger domain. After all, it was his last resort. The doppelganger domain could not be used outside for long. A short period of time was not enough for him to recover his energy. Moreover, the doppelganger domain could only be used once. He had to wait until his energy was completely recovered before he could use it again. With his current strength, using the doppelganger domain was like drinking poison to quench thirst. As for the shapeless Big Dipper realm technique, it was not that Chiyu did not want to use it. When he was about to use this domain to help him get through this difficult situation, he was surprised to find that the energy on Kirin Illusion was completely suppressed. As he fought, he asked the Kunlun mirrors and found out that in this world, unless it was the domain of a divine artifact or his own domain, other artifacts that were lower than the divine artifact level could not use the power of the domain. Could he only wait for death? Of course not. As the king of the Zodiacs, Chiyu had gone through countless hardships. How could this be the only ability he had? The silver light expanded like the sun in an instant and completely enveloped the surrounding area of 3 meters. Chiyu did not even look at the golden-armored warriors around him and directly sat down, cross-legged. Strangely enough, as soon as the attacks of the golden-armored warriors came into contact with the silver light, they immediately disappeared and could no longer pose any threat to Chiyu.